a call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 22nd June, 2026.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 22nd June 2026 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Member for Law Opofuladu.
Yes, thank you so much. I ask to move that the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 22nd June 2026 be amended and approved.
Second, the member for Jimara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 22nd June 2026 be approved. Any correction or observation from honorable members may do so by show of tax, of course. We will look at the record with page by page and beginning with page 1. Page 1. Yes, member for Woolly is.
Just the same visual correction, Honorable Speaker, on the Minister's reply. We've agreed yesterday that there should be an Article D before the report. Minister's reply to the report of the Select Committee. That Article D is missing. So wherever it is,
Honorable member, can you follow in? The report should be preceded by the Article D, the report. Yes, member for Tumanna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning. Page 1, order paper number 2, correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings. Comma. I think the comma should be replaced with of the National Assembly sittings. If you can read it like correction and approval of the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Thursday. Honorable Speaker. No.
Honorable members, are you following?
Yes. It's right. Yes.
Honorable members, his proposal is to, after proceeding to say of the sitting of the National Assembly, but you know, we know the record is for the sitting of the Assembly. So either way, both are correct. Do we leave it as it is? Or do we go by his proposal? Correction and approval of the record of votes and proceedings. The sitting of Thursday, proceedings of, that's what. We go by his proposal. Yes. Of the sitting. Instead of the National Assembly, we just add off the sitting. Honorable members, votes and proceeding of the sitting of Thursday. Yes, member for Busumbala.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, if you said votes and proceeding of this sitting, then can we change this of Thursday, then on Thursday? If that will match.
Of the sitting of Thursday or on Thursday? Of Thursday is correct. Record, table clerk. Any order on page 1? Page 2? Can you move to page 2? Page 3? Page 4? Member for Woolly is?
Page 4, the second paragraph, under the Minister for Lands, the last, let's say the second to last. Therefore, D, that article D is written funnily, is a typo. You've seen it. The article D before Honorable Speaker. You've seen it. Yes.
Mine is correct, I'm not sure. What's in yours, you said?
It's TPHE instead of.
Okay,
It's a typo.
mine is correct.
Okay, that's fine. But it's a typo. Now, the last line also, where you have writing, another day when you're writing response, it should be written response, right, instead of writing. You've seen it? Yes, it should be written response instead of writing. Yes, thank you.
Any order? Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceeding of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 18 June 2026 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Pass.
Order 47, 48, and 100. Oral Minister's reply. Minister's reply to the report of the Standing Committee on Defense and Security. Oversight visit to police stations, military barracks, customs units, prisons, and drug law enforcement agencies. By the Honorable Minister for Interior and the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 14.3 of the standing orders, I hereby vary the order paper for today's business for us to begin with the Honorable Minister for Gender. Yes, clerk.
Order 47, 48, and 100. Oral Minister's reply. Minister's reply to the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare. Countrywide tour to selected orphanages, rehabilitation centers, and juvenile prison from 5th to 10th May 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, member for.
Yes, the reason why during the other paper with this particular subject, the reply in the Minister of Interior and Defense and Security.
Member for Kiang West.
Yes, I want to say the first one that has been read, it's not what he has jumped the other paper. So we want to be informed as to what is happening.
Yes, I varied the other paper.
Yeah, so why did you vary it?
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, you know, I varied the order paper in accordance with 14.3 of the standing orders because some of the ministers are they're on their way, but they are a bit late. So we will not be able to wait for them. Then we'll start while they join us. Right, let's continue.
Order 47.
Number four, Olindu?
Olindu, yes?
I'm trying to ask, are we proceeding with the Minister for Gender? Are we proceeding with her?
Yes.
Do we have the report, sir?
Is a reply. Yes, Clark, let's proceed.
Thank you. Order 47, 48, and 100. Oral Minister's reply. Minister's reply to the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare, countrywide tour to selected orphanages, rehabilitation centers, and juvenile prison from 5th to 10th May 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare.
Minister, take a seat, yes.
Order. Order. Mr. Speaker, order.
There is a point of order, Member for Banjul South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, order number 49, written ministerial statements. The written statement shall be delivered at the table office for distribution to members not less than 24 hours, or in the case of urgency, 2.5 hours before it is made public. Mr. Speaker, we do not have any response yet. So I think what applied yesterday applies today. So I don't think we are in any position to hear. In as much as it is very important, we need to follow our procedures. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. There is a point of order. Yes, she's right. But yesterday and today is a bit different because the minister came with her reply, with an editing document. So the table office, they are trying to provide copies. Meanwhile, because of that, we will not be able to hear her now. I will still continue with the verification of the order paper. We'll allow the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Meanwhile, she wait for a while. Yes, Kian West.
Honorable Speaker, you know, for the purpose of smooth running of business in the House, yesterday we encountered this challenge. And the order she has just read is taking at least 24 hours, or in the case of, if it is a very urgent, 2 hours, 30 minutes before. So the minister is already seated. And these are reports that were laid here months ago. So it's not an excuse. Yesterday it happens to one ministry, it happens to another ministry is late to come and reply to us. Honorable Speaker, this House should be respected. These reports were laid in this Parliament months before. Parliament paid resources and members went up to the field and to do this good work, and they come here just to come and reply. We don't have a document.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Is the rule procedure point of order? Thank you. Point of order.
Honorable members, you know, yesterday was minister's statement. That's in accordance with the order that you quoted. Today is minister's reply. Yes, there is a point of order by Lower Salum.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, 48-2. Stanley's order 48-2. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 48-2 says the Vice President or Minister shall make a written. Wait. The Vice President or the Minister shall make a written copy of the statement, available to members as early as possible, and in event at least 30 minutes before delivering the statement to the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I guess the Minister should provide us a copy of the reply before he comes in. Yes, that's my point of order. Honorable Speaker, order.
Mr. Speaker,
I raised a point of order before her.
Point of order.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, in accordance with Order 14.3, I further varied the order paper to deal with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians abroad. Minister for Gender, she will sit at the Minister's gallery and wait. Clerk.
Motion for the ratification of the 1961 Apostille Convention of The Hague by the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians abroad.
Honourable Minister, you may have the podium.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, motions for the consideration and ratification of the Hague Convention of the 5th October 1961, abolishing the requirements for legalization of foreign public documents, Apostille Convention. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the Hague Convention of 5th October 1961, abolishing the requirements of legalization for foreign public documents, commonly referred to as the Apostille Convention. Honourable Speaker, the Apostille Convention was adopted under the auspices of the Hague Convention during the Hague Conference on Private International Law on 5th October 1961. Its principal objective is to simplify the authentication of public documents intended for use abroad by replacing the traditional and often the cumbersome process of diplomatic or consular legalization with a single certificate known as the apostille. At present, public documents issued in the Gambia for use in foreign countries often require multiple levels of authentications, including certifications by national authorities and subsequent legalizations by foreign embassies or consulates. Likewise, foreign public documents intended for use in the Gambia are also subjected to similar procedures. This process can be costly. It can also be time-consuming and cumbersome and burdensome for citizens and businesses. For example, a Gambian student seeking admission to a university in a foreign country may be required to authenticate academic certificates through a chain of authorities, including embassies located outside the Gambia, thereby incurring additional travel expenses and delay. Similarly, businesses seeking to establish commercial relationships abroad are often required to legalize corporate documents through multiple diplomatic channels before such documents can be accepted by foreign authorities. Honourable Speaker, the ratification of the Apostille Conventions will bring significant benefits to the Gambia and its citizens. Firstly, it will facilitate international mobility by making it easier for Gambians to use official documents abroad for purposes such as education, employment, marriage, migrations, and businesses. Second, it will improve the ease of doing business by reducing administrative barriers associated with cross-border trade, investment, commercial transactions. This will contribute to creating a more attractive environment for foreign investors and international partners. Thirdly, ratifications will align the Gambia with the internationally accepted best practices in legal and judicial cooperation. The Convention currently enjoys the participation of more than 120 countries worldwide, including important economic partners, neighboring countries such as the Republic of Senegal. Honorable Speaker, upon ratification, the Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General's Chamber will be designated as the competent authority responsible for issuing apostilles in accordance with the requirements of the Convention. The necessary administrative procedures and regulations will be established to ensure effective implementation. Importantly, the Convention does not affect the substantive rights of individuals, nor does it alter the legal validity of documents. It merely simplifies the process through which public documents are authenticated for international use. Furthermore, the Convention is fully consistent with the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia and with the Gambia's obligations under international laws and human rights instruments. The conventions will therefore modernize our legal frameworks, improve administrative efficiency, strengthen international cooperations, and provide practical benefits to citizens, institutions, and businesses alike. Honorable Speaker, in light of these considerations and advantages, I respectfully urge honorable members to support the ratifications of the Hague Conventions of 5th October 1961, abolishing the requirements of legalization of foreign documents. I therefore commend this motion to this August Assembly for consideration and approval. Honorable Speaker, I dare to move.
Any seconder, the member for Opasalum? Yes.
Mr. Chair, the minister is reading a motion, but I did not have a copy of that motion. So can we have a copy of the motion? No, this is not a motion. This is the convention.
Do you have the document itself? The motion is for the minister. The motion is for the minister. But you should be provided with the document. Members, do you have the document? All right, Opasalum, please go ahead. Go ahead, Opasalum, to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion dealing with the convention abolishing the requirements of legislation for foreign public documents. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Constitution, Section 79, what the minister is here today is in line with Section 79, which means that the negotiation of these instruments is the responsibility of the executive. However, the ratification becomes the responsibility of Parliament, and that's why today he's here. And I think this is in line with the Constitution, which is 1997. Honorable Speaker, if you look at this convention, which, like he said, has been in place since 1961, very long time, because most of us were not born at the time. It actually, yeah, people like Sini Jawara, yeah. So what it does is it actually brings a lot of these, delays in terms of converting, in terms of authenticating, which is really very, very good. Now, my only issue is the fact that once we ratify, we need to remember we have laws in the Gambia. One of them is the Foreign Affidavit Act. The other one is the Evidence Act, Notaries Act, and the Consular Convention Act, which are as a parliament. Which means these are laws that guide certain things that we can actually do. I would like to know how do we align this treaty and in relation to the local laws we actually have, the laws which was enacted by Parliament many years ago, and some of them talk directly to the issues of the apostle. So I'd like to be guided. How are we going to handle the local laws? Lastly, the issue of the Minister of Justice, AG, which is designated to issue this apostle. I would also like to be guided under what laws is the Ministry of Justice be given this kind of power to do so. Because powers to legislate or designate I think we need to be really very careful, because we have documents that were not made from the Minister of Justice, like the birth certificate, for example. They are not made from, these are made from the Minister of Health. We also have some other certificates that are made from the Minister of Interior. So I would also like to be guided, how does the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice designated to be issuing this apostille for the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Salem. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the 1961 Apostille Convention of The Hague. Those in favor, please say aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may do so now by his show of tag, beginning with the member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for this very important ratification. Honorable Speaker, when you look at it at the first glance, it appears to be only a legal procedure, but this is more than legal. In reality, it is making government services more effective and reducing unnecessary burden on citizens. Currently, when a Gambian wishes to use a birth certificate, marriage certificate, or educational qualification, or any other public document in another country, they often go through several stages. But with this, it makes it very easy. Honorable Speaker, as someone who had the privilege of studying abroad, I understand these challenges firsthand. I remember the time, expenses involved in legalizing documentation. And by ratifying this convention, the Gambia will replace these multiple authentication requirements with just a single process. And we thank the Minister for bringing this. I would also say that as chairperson of the Gender Committee, this highlights the impact on women and families especially. When women want to reunite with their families abroad, it eases the burden on them. So I think I will give my support to this, Honorable Speaker, and urge the Minister to make sure that it is properly implemented, and offices that are to implement properly educated to make sure that people also know that there is no need for them to authentify certain documents, because at times we ratify things but do not communicate. We have laws, we have policies that are just sitting there with no proper implementation or sensitization to the populace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I will invite nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Point of order.
There is a point of order by the member for Uli East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on clause 52. 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5. Clause 52, notice of motions. 1. Notice of a motion shall be given by being handed in writing to the table clerk, table office, for not less than 5 clear days before the sitting at which it is intended to be debated. 2. All notices shall be signed by the Vice President, Minister, Committee Chairperson, or member proposing the motion. 3. When a notice of a motion is received, the table office shall record the date and hour of its receipt and submit it to the Speaker. 4. Subject to the decision made under Standing Order 57, Speaker's duties as to motions and amendments. All notices received by the table office shall be printed the next day in the original terms and stand referred to the Assembly Business Committee for scheduling, or return to the Vice President, Minister, Committee Chairperson, or member submitting it as in admission. 5. While a motion received on the sub-paragraph 3 relates to the Speaker, the table office shall submit to the Deputy Speaker. So I am saying we have not received a motion that is printed, and the ABC has not discussed this motion before it is tabled before this. So I'm saying this 52 has not been.
Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, We are not dealing with a motion, we are dealing with a convention. No.
It's about this. It's about this. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, we are dealing with the convention. And the Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad and the ministries notify Parliament in writing. And the ABC considered it and scheduled it for today. I don't know, but because for me, yes. Order, honorable members. Honorable member for Woolly is. No, I'm not using power. I hear you say that we are dealing with the convention is a most. No, use your mic, sir. Use your mic. You said the convention is a motion.
No, I'm saying what we are giving, what is the copy that is giving us is a convention, not the motion. Not the motion read by the minister. But the motion is on this one. But where is the motion itself?
Order. You are not the speaker. No, order, honorable members, order. It's just like when the minister tables a bill, we'll ask him to come and move a motion. The minister tables a bill, we ask him to come and move a motion. The minister is tabling the convention, we ask him to come and move a motion. The motions that you are referring and this motion is a different thing. These are not the same point of order. No, they are not the same. There is a point of order by the member for Lower Salon.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. You see, you are not going to use your powers. This is the law. You are right on track. Because if you check starting on 61, where this agenda is drafted, the agenda is true. This one says 61.2. The assembly made on a motion made by the Assembly Business Committee. And already, these motions was adopted by the Assembly Business Committee to draft the agenda. But you are is here. He is not here at the
Honorable members, yes, I really disagreed with him because we are dealing with a convention. Just like when we are dealing with a bill. And we are notified a long time ago, and the ABC scheduled it for today. I want us to continue, honorable members, please. Huh? Opasalum, Serekunda, yes, I think, yes, honorable speaker.
What? It's okay, listen.
Member for Upper Salem, then Serekunda West?
No, it's withdrawn. He apologizes.
Honorable Speaker, I think to allay the fear of the honorable member for Woolly East.
Honorable member from Serekunda West, hold on.
For the attention of Woolly East.
I want the House to be in order. Honorable members, order, please. Yes, member for Serekunda West.
So I'm saying to allay the fear of
Honorable members,
honorable member for Woolly East.
honorable members for Woolly East. When you are on point of order, they are listening to you. Now the member for Serekunda is on point, and you are.
Thank you for keeping quiet. I'm saying already a soft copy of the motion is shared in the 6th legislature. So the honorable member can just go straight there, and then the motion is there. The 6th was there.
Thank you, member for Serekunda West, to remind the members. Nominated member Kebalang Fofana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to urge this august body to support and ratify the Hague Convention of the 5th October 1965
abolishing the requirement of legalization for foreign public documents, universally known as the Apostille Convention. Honorable Speaker, our primary responsibility as lawmakers is to enact law and equally ratify conventions that will definitely dismantle the unnecessary bureaucracy on our citizens. And currently, as alluded to by the minister, our citizens face a lot of hurdles when it comes to the authentication of what? Documents. Be it for educational purposes, be it for marriages, be it in search of what? Jobs. What the Apostille Convention intends to do is to dismantle and standardize the operation so that we have a designated office who will be what? Charged with that responsibility. And according to the minister, that designated office now will be the Minister of what? Justice. So as such, there are enormous benefits that this country can benefit from. One, it will help Gambian students and our diasporas living abroad. It will ease the burden on them. And equally, it will really position the Gambia as a convenient point or destination to make business. So as such, Honorable Speaker, I do not intend to debate much on this. I just want to urge this Honorable House to really give this particular document the consideration it requires and duly ratified. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Kebalang Fofana. I'll now recognize the member for Sabak Senja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I also wish to thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this important motion, which is the ratification of a convention, as alluded to by the Honorable Member for Kebalang, for the nominated member Kebalang Fofana. I think it is really important that we look at issues that are affecting our people, especially those living in the diaspora. Honorable Speaker, most of the times we receive calls from our people living in the diaspora that they need to further their educations or they need to go to certain colleges, universities, or to regularize their status in countries like European countries. For example, in Spain, just last week I received calls from a brother who was trying to get himself regularized his status in Spain, but he was facing numerous challenges. So therefore, the ratification of such an important convention, which will simplify the authentication of public documents of our citizens living in the diaspora, is really a very important one. One, it reduces the cost. There used to be a lot of burden and a cost on authentifying certain documents and so many bureaucracy. So having it under one ministry, under one department, is really something that is very important. And it also saves the time that is required of getting their documents, authenticated. And the other one is it also enhances legal certainty and trust. Because just to get a document from the Gambia and take it to other country, there might be, questions of uncertainties. But if we have one that is globally and internationally recognized system put in place, I think that is something that we really need to applaud the minister for. I was also looking whether the convention is contrary to some of our Gambian laws, but I've seen so far that it is really not contrary to any of our domestic laws, as alluded to by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem. It is really not, contrary to any of our domestic laws. Rather, what it does it supports legal certainty of documents. So, and I think it is more than important. The only thing I would have raised was whether it affects personal birth certificates, because these are documents that really requires authentication most of the times, and this is why some of our people living in the diaspora are facing challenges, and also university documents. Most of the times when you present your university documents to certain institutions, they require you to send them back to your country of origin for authentication. If the minister can help us clarify where personal birth certificates are also included as two certificates that would definitely benefit from this convention. I submit to you, Honorable Speaker, also to state that I am really in support of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Sabastanjal. I now invite the member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I also would like to join my colleagues to thank the move of the motion, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, for bringing this important motion before the members. Honorable Speaker, as you know, mentioned by the Honorable Minister himself and other members who spoke before me, the importance of this particular convention cannot be overemphasized. And I just have a question for the Honorable Minister. This particular convention was concluded on the 5th of October 1961. I know it's just so recently you took over the office. While this has not been brought to the Honorable House for ratification, while it has been lying down there for so long, up to this time, you are bringing it. And on that short remark, Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I don't know whether I am the one who didn't understand this convention, but what members are debating and what I have before me, is a convention abolishing the requirement of legalization for foreign public document. For me, Honorable Speaker, there are legal implications to this.
All the honorable members, Member for Latikunda want me to address Sabastanjal on what? All right, Member for Sabastanjal, honorable members, please don't interrupt him while he is debating. Use your mic, sir.
Honorable Speaker, I don't think it is morally accepted to be speaking in the chamber and putting your hands inside your pocket. That is why I was just calling his attention that at least he should be, you know.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you are formally dressed and you are well dressed. So please don't put your hands in your pockets.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm the well dressed, the best dressed now. Speaker, I think for me, how I understand this, it is going to have some legal implications. First, our court proceedings will be so lengthy and complex because it's going to always, there will be some issues about the authenticity of documents that are presented as evidence before the court. And also, judges will also have issues to determine the weight of the evidence as far as these documents are concerned. This is how I understand. So, Honorable Minister, I want you to, Honorable Minister, I'm talking, is that you are not hearing me? Okay, thank you very much. I want to be very sure whether the Ministry of Justice were properly consulted before this convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member for Latikunda Sabaji. I'll now invite the member for Olyundum, Deputy Majority Leader.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to first thank the Minister for bringing this the ratification of this convention in the National Assembly. I think I'll join my colleagues. Of course, my colleagues will also join the minister in principle to ratify this very important convention that is of beneficial to the citizens of the Gambia. And I think that is the intent. The intent and purpose of the convention is to support Gambian citizens. Honorable member from Sabah Sanjal said it right. Our people are living in the diaspora. Myself, I've had calls from other people regarding this issue. Then I didn't even know that this convention was going to come to Parliament. It's a concern for a lot of people who are living outside the Gambia. So I just try to look from what is currently happening within the world, and I've realized that about 129 countries already ratified this convention. They are part of what is currently happening. So Gambia cannot be an exception. If you ratify it, it's good news. Just like what the president used to say, good news is no news, but this one is news, and it's good for us. And I think we all need to support it. My only concern, Honorable Minister, will be on the fraud risk. I don't know what mechanism would be in place to minimize those things, because you know, people can always use your document outside. However, if they know the Gambian document is exposed to certain things, they can always use it to do certain or other means to be able to benefit from what Gambians are benefiting. So maybe the minister can tell you if there are mechanisms in place to, you know, minimize all that. I'm not sure whether it can be stopped entirely, because people do things on their own. But if those mechanisms are in place, perhaps maybe also it will be important for members to understand, to support the ratification of this convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Olyundum and Deputy Majority Leader. I'll now invite the Member for Kiang West to have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I think it is an important document. While we appreciate the Minister's effort to bring us this document for ratification, it is important that we highlight some important areas. There are some legislations, currently existing legislations, which has some contradictory issues as far as this is concerned. Foreign Marriage Notice Act, what implication does it have, or what inconsistency does it have with that, Honorable Minister? Do you look at this to ensure that you do the alignment and there is no inconsistency in that? And also, in practice, if you look at Article 3, it says the only formality that may be required, you know, it considered this as to be the only formality that may be required. But in practice, what prevails in our consulate today is very much different, which required, you know, some authenticate certifications. So I don't know whether you've done thorough consultation with those people, and what do we do now? Because what it is telling us and what is happening currently in practice is really contradictory. So what is going to happen? And I'm not sure this is going to override our domestic legislations. I'm not sure it's going to override that. If we want to do any alignment, it may require that we do an amendment in those laws to ensure that we align, you know, this convention with our domestic laws. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, please just allow me a minute or so for us to continue. The Minority Leader, Member for Brikamanot. Yes, Minority Leader, Member for Brikamanot, please. I was giving you a chance to finish your consultation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for bringing this motion under the Convention for ratification. As members earlier alluded, the government has obligation to sign conventions, and it's the responsibility of the National Assembly to ratify then thereafter the government can proceed with the enforcement. However, as earlier on expressed by the Honorable Member for Chia West, there are existing national laws or legislations that we believe in as important as the convention could be. The convention has to be aligned with those national laws. And if there are contradictions, there will be need for amending those national laws before you can ratify the particular convention. I noted Notary Public Act 1946, which I'm also aware the minister has done that homework to ensure that there's that alignment. The notable legislations are Notary Public Act 1946, the Foreign Document and Reciprocal Enforcement Act, as well as the Foreign Affidavit Act, and then also the Court Act and then the Evidence Act, among other national legislation, which in my view, there could be possible contradiction in the convention and those existing national legislation. So it would be prudent, having mentioned this, we do the necessary study to align, if possible, these national laws with the convention, which will require amending those national legislations so that such alignment can exist. Otherwise, we will have ratified this, and then there would be that contradiction within the convention and our existing national laws. Honorable Speaker, this is the genuine observation I have made, that in as important as it will be for this August Assembly to ratify this, but equally, it will be important we align any convention with our national law. We cannot amend the convention, but we can also amend the national laws where necessary. The foreign affairs also, this refer to the foreign, the proposal is, I have made this observation. I'm not sure whether the Foreign Affairs Committee also made the same observations, but it will be important we refer this to the Foreign Affairs Committee so that they can thoroughly study this. And if there are these contradictions, as I talked about, they can advise us and advise the minister for possible amendments in those national laws. Otherwise, it will appear good for convention, but it will not be good for our national laws. I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, member for Opasalo.
Yes, thank you. No, I just wanted to bring something very important, that this treaties that we are ratifying, it doesn't override our local laws. It doesn't. Now, what happens is, if you want to domesticate, then we can go ahead and then amend whatever we need to amend. But it doesn't override the current laws, because the current laws actually supersedes them. So if you want to align, then we can bring amendments, whatever we want to do it. So for me, it's okay to go ahead, but knowing that if you want to align them domestically, then amendments have to be brought into the parliament to do just that.
Honorable members, you had the submission of the minority leader and that of Opasalo. The minority leader's concern, we have domesticated laws or acts of parliament that you have some provisions in the this convention. They may go contrary to those. And the Opasalo is saying we can still go ahead, but if we want to be binding, they must be domesticated. Yes, member for Brikama, a minority leader.
The essence of ratifying a convention is to domesticate. Where you feel you have a existing law that is contradicting, and then the convention cannot override the national law, then that is making the convention irrelevant. Let us not put the cart before the horse. No, I'm coming. Let's not put
order.
Put the cart before the horse. Let the committee study where the possible contradictions are and then where we can do alignment by way of amendment. And we do that because the essence is to domesticate the convention. But in the domestication, we have issues with national laws. What is the essence of ratifying?
No, please. Honorable members, I will go to KMS, Sabasanjal, Bandu Sau, Olundu.
Now observe, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
This is wrong.
the convention,
Listen to them, then so that when you come in, you call it the facts.
yes, the convention cannot override our national legislation, and that is the fact. So we have an existing legislations that speaks from different angles, and according to the current practice, what prevails with the convention. So what is going to happen is, even if we ratify this, if those laws are not amended, we cannot practice what we have just ratified. So, and the purpose of ratification is to implement, and we cannot implement if those laws are not amended. So what is more important is to have those legislations amended. While we refer these things to a committee, they review that, look at those legislations, and they advise the ministry for onward submission for an amendment of those legislations that we have. Then we can ratify this. Because otherwise, when we ratify this and all those laws are not amended, it makes no sense because we cannot implement it. We cannot implement it at all. So we are putting the cart before the horse. It's important we do the amendment, then we do the ratification, rather than ratifying when the amendment is going to be there. When we do the amendment, then it's going to force the government to bring the ratification. But when we ratify, amendment is also going to take a lot of time. But amendment can go together with them so that will be a condition for us to do this ratification.
Thank you. As I said, Sabasanya, Banjul South, Olyundum, then we go to Latikuna, nominated member.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is point of order by the member for Serekunda.
31. Occasions when a member may speak more than once. No member may speak more than once on any proposition except in committee, in explanation as provided in paragraph 2. The mover of a substantive motion in the assembly in reply at the end of a debate thereon. The mover of an amendment to a motion in the assembly in reply at the end of a debate thereon, but before the reply by the mover of the motion. A member who has already spoken on the substantive motion may speak to an amendment moved he or she has spoken. Yes, thank you. So all those names that you are calling, they have already spoken.
Member for Sabasanya, you have the floor.
You have to make a ruling, Honorable.
Oh, yes, sorry, you are right. I have to make a ruling. No, it's ruled out. Because no member can speak twice unless the mover or that or the discretion of the speaker or explanatory and those things. There is an issue and then we just want to look at it so that we take the new side. Member for Sabasanya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I think, Honorable Speaker, the motion was tabled by the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs. The Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji has made a very good submission that whether the minister have done consultation with the Ministry of Justice. Whether or not this is in line with our domestic laws lies entirely under the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice. So the minister is here before us. He has moved a motion. We should allow the minister now to come and confirm to us before referring this to a committee. Let's give the minister the opportunity to come and confirm to us whether consultations have been done in respect to the legalities between our domestic laws and the convention. I think that is what we need to do. But referring this to the Foreign Affairs Committee is just about delaying time. Remember, we are looking at a very important document which is addressing current issues affecting our Gambian nationals living in the diaspora. So no matter what it takes, the minister must have done his consultation. So let's allow the mover of the motion himself, Honorable Speaker, to come and reply to some of these issues that have been raised already by members of the parliament. And then, we can make an informed decision as to whether we should refer it to a committee or no, we can just move ahead and then approve. Because remember, it's a convention. You either take it or you leave it as it is. There's nothing you can do. You cannot amend anything on this.
Thank you.
I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Banjul South, then all you do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think the member and the minority leader is a senior member of parliament who's been here for 2 terms, and I think we know the process of making laws in this country. Before we can domesticate, we have to sign, we have to ratify, and then we domesticate. We cannot domesticate something that we have not signed or ratified. So I think we need to ratify and then work and push the minister now to domesticate and make sure that what we have ratified goes along with our domestic laws. As of now, it is in line with our constitution. So I think we need to sign, which we have done. Now we are in the process of ratification, and then we push for the process of domestication. Thank you.
Honorable members, we had all the submission, but still all Indum, Kebalang, and Kuli is minority. Okay. Yes, all Indum.
Honorable Speaker, I think my colleague, honorable member from Sabah Sanjan, and of course, Honorable Tuma said the same thing. My point was going to be for us to allow the minister to explain. If you are convinced with what he said, perhaps we can take an informed decision. That is going to be my point.
Thank you.
I think I agree with the
You still want to say something?
Honorable Speaker, for me, the debate by the member for Ladikunda Savage is completely out of order. The document before us, let's get this straight. The document before us is not bringing any new innovation. It is telling us that those multiple processes which are being done by different agents of the state are now going to be standardized. So what is the innovation we are talking about here? It's about the process. Are we creating a new document? No. We are just appointing an apostle. So this convention does not contradict our laws. And we are, by re-ratifying this convention, it doesn't mean that we are domesticating it. Okay? Let us go ahead, we do this ratification. Okay? And if at all there are changes which we need to do in our laws, what is stopping this parliament? Talking to the executive to bring in such laws. Government will never bring in a document here without doing what? How do I call it? Consultations between them. So I strongly believe that if at all he is reminding government to do consultation between them, that is good. But to say that whether consultation was done or not, that is not apt. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Nominated Member Kebalang for one. Willie, do you still want to have the floor?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think our debate is being diverted. When a motion is laid, the Speaker allows members who want to participate in the debate, they participate in the debate. Issues arising out of the debate is left to the mover of the motion to respond. And I believe the mover of the motion is capable of responding to the issues that are being raised. So we should not belabor much on this. We should wait until all the interventions are done. Then we allow the minister to dilate on the respond to issues that are raised. Thank you.
Yes, Member Police, you are right. You're absolutely right. Honorable members, do we still want to allow me to call on the minister, or Dankunku and Joshua, you still want to come? Dankunku and Joshua, you still want to come? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now invite the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you would allow me, I will just start with the point where there has been concerns raised whether this is in consistency with our laws. This particular convention is very much consistent with our national laws. And then it is only requiring the smooth process of authenticating our public documents, so that at least the bureaucracy that's involved in having to go to other countries to be able to authenticate them, this is going to ease that process. Like we have said, we have about 126 or more than 126 countries that are now signatory to this convention. The honorable member for Upper Salem referred to who is going to be the competent authority. We are saying that the Ministry of Justice, Attorney General, Ministry of Justice will be the competent authority. And being the competent authority also would allow you to make sure you do due diligence in verifying the documents that you provide, and also making sure that there is record kept on all the documents that have been issued with apostles. We have been having a series of concern when our citizens and our business, environment will travel to many countries to have these documents, authenticated. Being a member is going to ease that process. I remember for South, also Banjul South mentioned about the instrument after being ratified, the implementation part. Of course, once it is ratified, the instrument of ratification will be prepared and then it will be submitted to the depository as soon as possible. We refer whether it is in line with our Constitution. Of course, Section 79 of the Constitution gives provisions to this. Also, with regards to the competent authorities, in many countries, you have Ministry of Foreign Affairs being assigned as the competent authorities to issue apostles. You have Ministry of Justice, you have Supreme Court, you have also state secretaries, you have notary regulatory bodies that are also given this responsibility. But now in case we're saying the Attorney General and Minister of Justice will be the competent authority to issue this apostille document. Also, we refer to the kind of documents. We mentioned about birth certificates, marriage certificates, death certificates, education documents, administrative documents. It simplifies all the public documents that we are using to make it easy so that the apostles would allow the holders of those documents to have access to whatever program or activities that they are trying to do. The member for Upper Salem mentioned why now. Probably maybe the reason I can give maybe that this is the time it has been brought to Parliament. I think maybe now is the time. Larikunda Strategy mentioned about the understanding between the two documents. In the past, it was called the Hague Convention, abolishing the requirements for the legalizations of these public documents. Now it is called Apostille Document, 5th October 1961 Apostille Document. That is the only changes in the document. And the Ministry of Justice was fully consulted on this. The Ministry of Justice was fully consulted on this. And also the matter was brought to Cabinet and was endorsed. That shows that there were wide consultations on this apostille document. Yes, member for Kiang is also mentioned about issues that has to do with our diplomatic entities. Because they are diplomatic entities, they are covered by the Vienna Conventions on Diplomatic Relations or the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. So that is why whatever they authenticate also is acceptable. So member for Buchanan mentioned about the kind of national documents. All these legislations were saying that they all complement to the Apostille Document Convention also is in line with our national regulation. I am not seeing anything that would need us to try to revise our domestic laws just to be inconsistent with this, Apostille Document. Instead, this Apostille Document is just going to make the process easy in making sure our public documents are, accessible. Honorable Speaker, that was all I have.
Honorable members, there are a lot of issues that honorable members be it resolved that.
Can I just have a quick question for the minister before you? I want to have a quick question for the minister before you conclude on this issue. Huh? Huh?
You want a clarification from the minister?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
It's on the issue. I just want, because, you know, the earlier submission by members that this convention can be given to the Foreign Affairs Committee for further, you know, consultation. That is why I'm trying to ask, because the minister said something, and I'm trying to ask, from all the domestic legislation, on what authority would one appoint an apostle issuing authority? Where would that authority come from? Now, if you can confirm that, then we'll be able to settle down that this convention should not even go to the Foreign Affairs Committee. It can be ratified in chamber, and then we proceed with it. That's the clarification I wanted.
Honorable Minister, please make clarification.
The process of appointing the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice as the competent authority is because of the fact that, you know, they are the body responsible, you know, for legal, you know, advice to government. And most of the time, these documents are, all public documents are mostly legal documents. And that is why they've been assigned as the competent authority.
Order, Honorable Minister, what the member for Olindum is saying now, how do you appoint the apostolic authority, and then under which basis, under what law? That's what he's asking.
Well, probably I am also not in position to say how do we appoint the competent authority in this. We'll have to consult back to Ministry of Justice as the process of appointing the body responsible for these apostolic conventions. And so now I don't know how we are going to appoint the body.
And his other part of his question is that on the existing laws, the Notary Act, the Foreign Affidavit, the Enforcement Act, the 1946 Notary Act, and the Evidence Act, he's saying those are establishing, and whether, what will happen next?
Well, those are our national legislations, and I don't think this has nothing to do with them. The apostle is just to ease the process. You have a different...
No, not a bunch of Olindum. If you want to ask, seek the leave of the Speaker for clarification also. Yes, Kelly, what do you want to say?
No, Speaker, I want to say, if there is no, it's for clarification only, but it's just for clarification. If clarification from you, now from you, if there is no restriction, you know, to refer conventions to relevant committees to advise us, if there is any restriction, I want to ask, if there is no restriction, let's do the needful, because this is Parliament. The executive has done their work. It's now our work to refer it to a committee, and the committee advises. This is the purpose of the committees. I want to ask you, from the humble office, if there is any restriction to refer conventions to committee to advise us where there are doubts, so that we can do the right thing.
Honorable members, there is no restriction for members to seek clarification or advice to a competent authority or committee of the National Assembly to report back to plenary. Yes, Sanjay, only on clarification.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Speaker, on this issue, who is to be appointed and who is to administer this is not the responsibility of the Parliament. Our responsibility and our mandate here is to ratify. There is no clause here, there is no clause in this convention which states or which is asking us who should be appointed, which ministry or which department. It's not stated anywhere in this convention. Let us not go to issues which is not our responsibility. Administration is under their responsibility. It's the executive's responsibility, not our responsibility. Our role here is to make sure that we either ratify as it is or we reject it. But as for who should appoint, the appointing authority or who should administer, that is not our responsibility, Honorable Speaker. We are...
Thank you. Honorable members, it is for the members to either refer it to committee or to approve, not me. At this point, it was only for a clarification to the minister. In the event that we don't have any, please, let's progress. Member for Upper Salem, clarification to the minister?
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to observe my brother. Yes, yes, I think he's quite right. Because if you look at the executive power, that's exactly what it does. This is the responsibility of the president, the cabinet minister, the vice president, the cabinet minister. It's a responsibility. So who is appointed, whatever, it really is not our responsibility. I think what we are trying to do here is either to accept what the minister brought, which for me personally, I don't see any issue with it, or to say no, it refer to the committee. But personally, I don't see any issue as far as I think the member for all union order, all union, member for all union, member for all union and deputy leader order. I think the member for all union have not questioned about the appointing authority. No, he was seeking a clarification as to those existing acts. If that is appointed, whether it will affect those laws or not. He have not questioned the appointing authority. Now, honorable members, it is for you people to either ratify or not. Now I'm going to put the question. Honorable members, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do ratify the 1961 Apostolic Convention of the Hague. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, may proceed.
Thank you. Order 47, 48, and 100. Oral Minister's reply. Ministers reply to the report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs oversight visit to the Gambian mission in Bissau, Guinea-Bissau, April 2024, by the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambian Support.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I want to...
Minister, please. Minister, please. Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs oversight visit to the Gambian mission in Bissau in April 2024, in the previous session, the report was submitted to government. In particular, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambian Support for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad is scheduled today to reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad to take the podium and make his statement. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I want to thank the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs for its detailed report on the oversight visit to the Gambian mission in Guinea-Bissau. The government acknowledges the commitment and the committee's finding that the Chancery building, initiated in 2011 and reportedly completed in 2016, is structurally defective and unfit for use. The identified issues, including cracks, leakages, termite infestation, and weak structural components, are indeed serious. Following the report, government has taken further actions. A technical inspection mission was conducted in September 2025, and a professional assessment has confirmed that rehabilitating the building would not be financially viable. Accordingly, government accepts the committee's recommendations that the structure be demolished and a new chancery be constructed. Honorable Speaker, As a follow-up to this, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Governments Abroad is engaging closely with the relevant authorities in Guinea-Bissau to pursue appropriate actions against the contractor and the consultants responsible for the project. This effort is intended to ensure that all contractual obligations are thoroughly reviewed and that the necessary legal and administrative steps are taken in accordance with the laws of Guinea-Bissau and the provisions of the contract. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform this Assembly that with respect to the ownership document of the land and property, this has now been secured. The Ministry of Work and the Ministry of Finance will be fully involved in the design, procurement, and the supervision of the new project. There is also stronger oversight and contract and management mechanisms that are put in place to prevent recurrence. On the operational matters, the situation at the mission has now improved significantly. The financial management system that was raised also in the report have been strengthened, and the data system for our citizens have also been secured and recorded. An arrangement for birth registration and national documentations are also in place. Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring accountability, safeguarding public resources, and delivering a modern and functional chancery building in Guinea-Bissau. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any seconder? Yeah, thank you. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 48 of the Standing Orders, and I now quote, after the statement has been delivered in the Assembly, a period of questions on the statement which shall last no more than an hour may then ensue. The Speaker shall determine the period taken into consideration the content of the statement, the number of members wishing to ask questions, and the pressure of other business. May I now invite honorable members to ask questions relating to the Minister's statement. Reply. Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did indicate in your reply that authorities are engaging the authorities in Bissau in respect to the contractors. Can you further enlighten us about the recent development on this respect?
Honorable Member, what we did was that as part of our additional clarification on the accountability measures, we engaged the Guinea-Bissau authorities. First, we had to summon the ambassador in country and then discuss, the matters. And we also raised our concerns to the Bissau authorities in Guinea-Bissau, presenting our concerns with respect to the poor and the very poor quality work that was done. And then to ask them to make sure that the contractor and then the consultants be accountable for all the wrongs that has been done, because a lot of money has been committed to this project, and then at the end of the day, a very poor quality work was submitted. So this is what we have done in the process.
Thank you. Member for Serekunda West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister and his team for accepting the recommendations of the committee. So to be on the record, I'm a member of the committee, and this particular visit also I was part of it. Honorable Minister, I'm quite okay with your acceptance, but I want this paragraph of your response to say that as a follow-up, you are working hard to make sure that legal actions are taken against whoever is found culpable. I want this to be very speedy because the Gambia government has lost a lot of money in this project, as you have seen the report yourself. And secondly, the issue of ownership. I don't think it was an issue because the plot was given by the government of Guinea-Bissau, and at that area, the local government responsible also had contributed. So I don't know when you say you will now have secured the land, yeah. I don't, that ownership thing, I really want you to throw a little bit light on it because this is a portion given to the Gambia government and construction started on it. I know we would not have built any structure on a piece of land that is not owned by us. Thank you so much for, and the other thing is perhaps I would, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and the Ministry of Finance are fully involved in design, procurement, and supervision of the new project. If you can also tell us how soon these projects will take off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will make sure that we will do due diligence in trying to facilitate the speedy process of this action. With respect to the land ownership, the land was given, but the documentations were not complete. So we have now pursued the matter with the Bissau authorities, and now we have received the land ownership document that has been assigned to the Gambia government. That is what I meant by the ownership. In the past, there was no document saying that this belongs to the property belongs to the Gambia government. That was missing, but now we have secured the documentation. And the process with Finance and Ministry of Work, it was all a recommendation coming from the report. And that is why we are trying to say that henceforth we will work with Ministry of Works and Ministry of Finance for future projects to make sure that there is accountability in our mechanism. Thank you.
Member for Baka, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the response before us indicates a technical inspection mission was conducted in September 2025. According to the recommendations, how far is the construction of a new Church Street?
Thank you. With respect to the inspection, this was done in 2025, comprising officials from the Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Works to go and then inspect the building. They conducted, an assessment. And then the inspection mission, a technical proposal was also provided in this. And we really accepted, the proposal that was presented, and that was done on November 17 of 2025. And we also responded, on the 18th of December 2025, expressing, our satisfaction with the proposed plan, because Ministry of Works also generated a plan, for that.
Member for Fonyi Bintankarana, you have the floor. He's out. Member for Police.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We thank the Minister and thank the government for accepting this very important document, the recommendations. However, on page 2 at the top, where we talk about stronger oversight and contract management mechanisms are being put in place to prevent a recurrence. It's a big concern to us that we don't want a recurrence of this matter to take place. However, my question would be whether you'll be able to furnish us with some of the examples of management mechanisms that are put in place. Just some examples to assure us that it's not a repeat of the past. Thank you.
Thank you. When we received the report, the recommendations that were preferred in the report, recommendation that has to be within the ministry and also has to do with our mission in Bissau, we have to follow up on those mechanisms. Like I have mentioned with regards to the database for our citizens in Guinea-Bissau, that was never, in existence. What we did, we had to follow on to make sure that they provide that. And as we are talking now, we have received the database of all Gambians now in Guinea-Bissau. The recommendation also provide, in the report, has to talk about how we can improve also on the financial, aspect, of the mission. So that too also, there has been progress, in that. In the country, in the ministry also, we had to make sure that the team that was also part of the technical assessment also keep following up, with issues. What we did, we had to also write to Office of the President when we get the report, to share the report with them, and also to submit the recommendations of the committee, which was also accepted by the Office of the President. And similarly also, we took other mechanisms in trying to engage the Ministry of Works in the same, project.
Thank you. Member for Latrikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when I read your statement, it's like you've already admitted governance, administrative, and system failure to manage this contract. What I don't understand first, when you say structural defect, is this a structural defect?
I remember, this is about security and governance, and this is about the report at the government embassy. Please, just go ahead and no, don't make those statements, please. Go ahead and make your question.
I want to confirm whether this is structural defect or a structural failure, because you said it's unsafe for habitation, it's unfit for occupancy, the structure is condemned, it has never been occupied. So I want you to be able, this is not structural defect, this is structural failure, because nobody has ever used this structure. Is it a defect or a failure, please?
Thank you very much. This is the report coming from your side, that it is a structural defect. And that is how we understand it, that it is not fit, for purpose. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, from your response, those that you have planned to pursue appropriate actions against are the contractor and the consultant. Out of those officials, okay, let me first ask, isn't there any officials from the Gambia who have taken part in either the procurement, implementation, and monitoring of this project implementation? If they are, what further actions are you taking against those people? Because those that you've mentioned here are the contractor and the consultant, or of the government officials who were implicated in this contract.
Thank you. It has come to our attention that when we're doing the searching of all the documentations that happened during the time of contract development, we noticed that there was an MOU that was developed and signed by the then deputy head of mission. What is the name again? I'll recall. And then what was advised also was that the contract and the consultants, according to the laws of Guinea-Bissau, must come from Bissau, from Guinea-Bissau. That was why I think they allocated, this contract, to this consultant and that of the contractor. Notwithstanding, from our own side also, we only saw an MOU that was developed, as a framework, agreement between, the two sides. So what we are also doing, when we got the report, we started engaging our officials who were there then in 2011, 2014. And now we have spoken to quite a good number of them, the former ambassadors who have been serving there. I can now remember it was they said Abdul Jaji was the deputy head of mission that signed on behalf of the mission in that MOU arrangement. So we are also working to have all of them to get their inputs on this, and that could give us at least a well-informed, decision as to how we can proceed next. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Now I invite the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, the Chancery building was initiated in 2016 and in 2011 rather, and completed in 2016. The committee described that the work was structurally defective and unfit for use for about 10 years. Whether this situation of the building was not brought to the attention of the government by the Guinea-Bissau Gambian Embassy in Guinea-Bissau. And if so, why didn't the government act in earnest? And if no, why did the embassy fail to make that observation on the building that has been completed and not occupied? The second part is, see if that has been brought to the attention of the government and was met all your contractual obligation, including the necessary payment, why didn't you not act on the consultant and the contractor at that material time before the visit of the committee?
Thank you very much. I know it has taken much needed time since 2011 to 16. Like we are now having the opportunity at least to brought this to National Assembly after the assessment, visit. There also has been some reports from our mission that was sent to the ministry, making reports about the progress of work. Those reports were also there. And then ministry also has been, submitting some of those concerns to the Ministry of Works. And that was why, if you see the reports, in fact, a lot of, visit has been done to Guinea-Bissau, comprising, stakeholders from the Ministry of Work, Transport, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then I think our missions and many other, stakeholders. So I know action should have been taken a long time ago, but then as we are seeing now, we are also trying to pursue the matter now. And I think that we will get to the point where those responsible for making this, poor work will be brought to justice and they will be accountable for their own deeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll now invite the member for Ponyomi and Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honourable Minister, thank you so much to respond to the issues raised by the committee. I just want to be ascertain that you said on operational matters, the situation at the mission has improved significantly. Financial management system has been strengthened and administrative efficiency has been increased. Were this not happening before, Honourable Minister?
Yes, in fact, they have been happening, but at least we needed to improve on those, mechanisms as highlighted, in the report. Issues that has to do with the operational constraints was the timely disbursement of salaries. I mean, this has already been improved now, and then salaries are received, on time, and also the reviewing of budgets like that. So there were some delays in the past, but as we are talking now, we have passed those, periods now, and also addressing the welfare of the locally recruited staffs. So all those things, and also with respect to their personal accommodations. So there has been a lot of improvement, as to those, mechanisms.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll now recognize the member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that your ministry and then the authorities in Guinea-Bissau are trying to pursue the relevant authorities, the consultant and the contractor, to take legal action against them. My question here is, were there any bond submitted after the signing of the contract, being the advance payment bond or performance bond? If at all they were submitted, why didn't you recall those bonds before taking the bond of taking legal action against them?
I just want to be very clear. I have not seen such documents. What we have seen was just a MOU that was there. And also, when you look at the progress in terms of implementation of the project, with respect to the commitment of funds, payments, we have seen that with the overall amount of money that was being charged for the construction, 50% down payment was executed, and then there were other arrangements for installment payment of two, halves, each of 25%, 25%. So that was it. But then with respect to issue of bonds, I have not seen that.
Thank you. I'll now invite the member for Sabah Sanja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, these issues we are discussing now happened from 2011 to 2014, according to the report. That means it happens during the former government. According to the report, I also first want to state that I'm a member of the committee, and I was a member of those who went and visited this embassy. We were told by one of those who was an officer during that time, we managed to secure him and to meet him. It was very difficult because the guy is no more in the Gambia. He is no more working as a member of the embassy. So, but we managed to establish contacts to secure him so that he can give further explanation. According to him, there was an agreement, there was an arrangement between the Bisawan government and our own government. And the agreement was that the construction should be awarded to a Guinean national, as well as the consultant. The only role that was to be played by the embassy by them, according to him, was to come and visit and see whether construction is going on. Nothing else. Supervision. Not supervision per se. Just to come and say, okay, it's going, and report back to the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Now that the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and the Ministry of Finance will be fully involved in the design, procurement, and supervision of the new project, which you intend to implement in this embassy or in this chancery building. Are you still going with the same arrangement, or do you wish to at least further negotiate with the government of Guinea-Bissau to make sure that proper procurement services is followed, and also the awarding of this contract is awarded to at least a Gambian contractor who will be easily accessible and should, in case of default, will be easily reprimanded? Thank you.
Thank you. That is a very good suggestion. And I think rather unfortunate that according to the reports, the contractor and the consultants, according to the laws of Guinea-Bissau, were to be awarded, to maybe Bissau nationals. This is a lesson that we will live to regret. And I think henceforth, if there is going to be any future projects, that project will be managed very well. And if we are going to commit public funds towards that, new project, I think all the relevant, measures and mechanisms will be put in place. I fully concur with that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll now recognize nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to congratulate the Ministry for securing the required documentation of the land and also ensuring that there is cross-agency collaboration with regards to future projects and putting in place proper oversight and accountability mechanisms. Honorable Speaker, to put context, we are saying the proposed building started in 2011 and was completed in 2016. So my first question would be, what was the cost of that chancery building? And the second one is it a mere narration that the Gambia government, then subjected itself to the laws of Guinea-Bissau with regards to A, the awarding of the contract, and B, supervision? Or was it the actual reality in play? Because what I'm seeing here is Gambians were accountable. We committed public funds. Someone somewhere in that ministry was responsible for the allocation of those funds. someone somewhere was responsible for the supervision. So as a house, we really want to know whether that was a mere narration by the staff who were at the Gambian Embassy in Guinea-Bissau, or do you have a documentation that can attest to that fact? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have to admit whatever must have happened way back 2011 to 2016 in terms of the arrangement for the negotiation of that project. Much information is required. We don't have much information about it. And I don't know why it has to be subjected to nationals of Bissau for the execution of the project. You are right that it was public funds that were dispersed in this project. But already we all know it was a wrong and a very bad project that was executed. And we are now trying to pursue those who are responsible for this, at least to make sure that whatever was done, we will continue to stand the interest of Gambia in this particular situation. I don't know how it was arranged, but in the reports we have seen that the construction of the chancery with a stipulated amount of about 125,322 plus CFA was committed to the construction of the chancery building. And then this has to also go in 3 phases. Phase 1 has to do with the perimeter fencing and landscaping. Phase 2 has to do with raising a 1-story structure. And phase 3 was to do with the staffing quarters of the staff of the embassy. So this is just what we have received in the report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now recognize the member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for coming and also providing responses. However, Honorable Minister, this issue seems to be more of complicated than one may think. However, you kept repeating yourself around a memorandum of understanding that was signed, and that happened to be the only document that you have access to. Will you be in a position to provide this House with the copy of that memorandum of understanding to avail us the opportunity to understand better what was agreed? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we have the document, that is the memorandum of understanding. If so desired by the Honorable House, we can submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The member for Bunuka Konda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the response. Going forward, because I know this project was not implemented effectively and efficiently, and moving forward, I just want to know whether this particular new project that is coming, are you going to contract it to a Gambian company? And if so, are you in a position to, get the individual to have a bank guarantee? Should, in case he happen to, found default, at least you can realize some of your financial commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just not, maybe talk about who the contract will be awarded to. But I'm just going to say that the new project that will be coming will be applied, in consistent with our laws and regulations, as well as, the mechanisms that are put in place, by the relevant, sectors. We will try to do due diligence in making sure that the project will be done, accordingly.
Honorable members. Remember, yes, anything?
Yes, I made a request, and from the minister's response, I think he was waiting for the authority of the speaker in terms of permitting him to share the copy of the memorandum of.
No, he said he already have the copy, he will share with us. Yeah, members will get it.
Yeah, he said with the permission of.
Thank you, honorable members. I want to thank the honorable minister for delivering his statement, and also, of course, honorable members for participating by way of asking questions, and the minister provided answers. Honorable minister, you may go now. Thank you very much. Clerk, you may proceed. I have the honorable minister's
Name of papers and reports. Minister's reply. Minister's reply to the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare countrywide tour to selected orphanages, rehabilitation centers, and juvenile prisons from 5th to 10th May 2025 by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare and the Honorable Minister for Health.
Honorable Minister, earlier on, I told you the Ministers of Interior and Defense were making their way to the Assembly. They are here. I want to recognize them on your behalf. Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare countrywide tour to selected orphanages, rehabilitation centers, and juvenile prisons from 5th to 10th May 2025. In the previous session, the report was submitted to the government, in particular the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare is scheduled today to reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Welfare to take the podium and make her statement. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, I rise today to respond to the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. Following its countrywide tour of selected orphanages, rehabilitation centers, persons with disabilities, and juvenile detention facilities, including the National Rehabilitation Center at the Bakari Home for the Elderly and Shelter for Children. I would like to extend the government's sincere appreciation to the honorable members of the committee for their thorough and insightful work in assessing the state of care and protection services across the country. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia remains steadfast in its commitment to safeguarding the rights and welfare of all vulnerable groups, including children, persons with disability, and the elderly. This commitment is guided by the Children's Act of 2005, the Persons with Disability Act 2021, and the Social Protection Act 2024, and other international obligations. We do not mind that inclusive social protection must ensure that no one is left behind, particularly children in institutional care and persons living with disabilities who require specialized care, rehabilitation, and empowerment. Acknowledgement of the key findings. Honorable members, the committee's report presents critical findings that the ministry has carefully reviewed. The report states, and I quote, the committee observed pervasive and systematic pattern of failings across nearly all institutions visited, which sincerely hinders the quality of care, rehabilitation, and protection of vulnerable populations, unquote. With respect to the National Rehabilitation Center, the committee observed that, and I quote, despite increasing demand for these life-changing services, the center still operates with limited resources, both in terms of finance and human capital. And the architect's home for the elderly and the shelter for children. The report highlights that, and I quote, the shelter is severely understaffed, with one caregiver tending to multiple babies, affecting the quality of care, unquote. Importantly, the committee also found that, and I quote, the original centers for persons with disabilities face challenges, including inadequate assistive devices, limited trained personnel, and insufficient funding to support inclusive programs, unquote. Additionally, concerns were raised that, quote, conditions in the juvenile detention environments fall short of the standards required for the care, protection, and rehabilitation of children. Honorable Speaker, these findings are of serious concern and require urgent and coordinated action. Government response to the recommendations. 1. Economics and child care facilities. Honorable Speaker, in response to the committee's observation regarding systematic challenges across institutions, we need to provide the following updates. 1. The ministry, in partnership with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, through the PROPER project, conducted a nationwide profiling of child care institutions in 2024 and reviewed new standards to enhance the quality of care. 2. The ministry, in partnership with SOS the Gambia and other stakeholders, has recently developed and validated the national foster care guidelines to ensure that they reflect best practices and provide a strong framework for strengthening foster care systems in the Gambia. 3. In collaboration with Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, a national task force has been established to oversee and monitor childcare institutions, including majalis across the country. A consultant conducted a landscape study of the situation of children in these institutions, and the report is currently under review. The task force has also developed a work plan to guide its operations. 4. The Children's First software has been developed with support from both ends believing in 2023 to improve data collection and identification of children in care institutions. 5. Despite limited resources, the ministry has conducted capacity building training for carers and social workers on the new standards and standard operating procedures for care management in 2024. With support from African Relief and Community Development, carpets worth millions of dollars have been distributed to institutions such as SOS Village, Sincho Orphanage, Nemasu Care Home, Nemasu Care Second Home, and dozens of violence and chronic centers across the country to improve care and living conditions. This was done this year. The Rehabilitation Center for Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Speaker, the government takes seriously the committee's findings regarding limited resources at the National Rehabilitation Center. Accordingly, support to rehabilitation centers has been increased, including the provision of assistive devices such as wheelchairs and prosthetic materials within budget constraints. However, it must be noted that the specialized materials budget has been decreased from $2.5 million in 2025, $1.8 million in 2026. Efforts are underway to strengthen human resource capacity. One staff member has been awarded a scholarship for a one-year training program in prosthetics. Currently, all vacant positions in the center have been advertised by the Public Service Commission, and new positions have also been created for next year to enhance the capacity of the center for effective and efficient service delivery. In collaboration with STAN, we work together, and consultants reviewed prosthetics and orthotics services. The ministry is implementing recommendations, including long-term staff development, recruitment, review of the same scheme of service, and development of the SOPs. With staff support, legal training has been conducted to enhance staff capacity in prosthetics and orthotics services. For decentralized services, a new rehabilitation center has been inaugurated at Bansa Hospital in partnership with STAN earlier this year. Given the high demand for assistive devices, the current budget is insufficient, and the ministry is considering increasing allocations in the next budget cycles. The government fully agrees that inclusive rehabilitation centers are essential for empowering persons with disabilities and ensuring their full participation in society. The affordable home for the elderly and shelter for children. Honorable members, the committee highlighted several challenges, including shortages of essential drugs, lack of an ambulance, inadequate staffing, water supply issues, poor sanitation, and food shortages. The ministry has provided the following updates. Some challenges have already been addressed, including the repair of broken doors during recent renovations. African Union of County Development has also donated a borehole at the center to address the water shortage at the facility. Food shortages have been resolved through increased budget allocation from 75,000 to 1 million a month. The Government Police Force now provides 2 security personnel to support the facility security issues. While the facility currently lacks an ambulance, a pickup is being used for emergency response. Plans are on the way to include an ambulance in the next budget cycle. Furthermore, the ministry, with support from Shared Humanity Foundation, is currently constructing a state-of-the-art facility at the Bangladesh Shelter for Children and Home for the Elderly to reduce congestion and provide quality care for vulnerable children under our care. The building is near completion. As part of efforts to decentralize institutional care across the country, the Ministry, with support from African Union of County Development, is currently constructing an orphanage in Darasoma to provide shelter and care for vulnerable children from that part of the country. Juvenile detention facility. Honorable Speaker, the report highlighted that the challenges such as overcrowding, inadequate resources, limited family visits, and insufficient vocational training equipment. In response, the Ministry will engage the Prison Service Department with the Ministry of Interior to address these concerns. Additionally, plans are on the way to recruit more probation officers to strengthen monitoring, family engagement, counseling, and reintegration programs. The juvenile wing has received additional training machines for inside training center. The ministry has supported children in conflict with the law through scholarships for vocational training, with 30 beneficiaries having successfully completed and graduated. Statement of recommendation. Honorable members, the ministry has categorized the committee's recommendations those requiring broader consultation to remain under review. Ongoing and planned interventions. Honorable Speaker, key issues include capacity building for social workers, caregivers, and disability service providers, strengthening institutional management across key facilities, expanding disability inclusive social protection programs, development of child protection information management system plus, enhancing collaboration with partners. Challenges. Honorable members, as noted, resource limitations remain a major constraint. Our challenges include limited specialized human resources, increasing demand for services, infrastructure deficits, budgetary constraints. The ministry relies heavily on building partners which are fragile and unpredictable. The way forward. Honorable Speaker, the ministry will develop a comprehensive implementation plan with clear timelines to address the committee's recommendations. Commitment to accountability. The ministry remains accountable to this honorable assembly and will provide periodic updates on progress made. Conclusion. Honorable Speaker, as rightly stated, quote, welfare of vulnerable populations is a shared national responsibility, unquote. The ministry affirms its unwavering commitment to improving services for children, persons with disability, and the elderly. Together, we can build a more inclusive, compassionate, and responsible social protection system in the Gambia. I thank you all, Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 48.6 of the Standing Orders, and I quote, after the statement has been delivered in the Assembly, a period of questions on the statement, which shall last no more than an hour, may then ensue. The Speaker shall determine the period taken into consideration, the content of the statement, the number of members wishing to ask questions, and the pressure of other business. On that basis, may I now invite honorable members to ask questions relating to the minister's reply. Of course, I have some who made it on my list, and I will now invite the member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for this report. Honorable Minister, you made mention of shelters like Nemasu and the Majalis, and Bakote home for elderly people. Honorable Minister, you said you give support to these people. What kind of support did you give to these people? And more so, do you make an assessment of these centers to know the number of people that are available at this Majlis, so that in the forthcoming budget, we can be able to know amount of money to allocate to them? And the budget also, do you plan to segregate it so that in tracking we will know the amount of money that has been placed for the centers, we know that is given to them from your ministry? Are you in position of planning to segregate the budget and to know the number of majlises that we have in the Gambia that need the support for the centers?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for those questions. I start with the last one. Yes, when we are putting forward the budget for next year, we will be able to do the segregation as to what goes to the care institutions, also what remains with us as a government. But apart from our own care institutions, the remain are all privately owned, either by the Majlis or NGOs and CSOs. But we do work closely with all of them. We have a database of the institutions, and occasionally we visit them And we make sure that when they come into existence, they sign the agreement with us, and we share with them all the SOPs. That's when we get to understand what needs to be in place before they can run a care center in the Gambia. So we look at the SOPs and then make sure that everything is in line before we give them the okay for them to operate. So before they also go there again to do the assessments. Once everything is in line with the SOPs, then we're moving to start operations. And periodically, as often as quarterly, we visit them to see how well they are taking care of the orphans and the children in their care. If any orphanage source of that care, we make sure that they are closed. So we need to wait for every member, we have to pay a period. Because in the agreement that we signed with them, this is what we are. Maybe we discover that they are not sort of the service that they are providing to the children. And as a result, we push them forward and we are closed down. We work with all of them to make sure that the assessment of children is in line with our SOPs. And the sort of support that we give technical support to them. And when we have other materials, we also provide support. And during the COVID, we provide support to 50 diaries across the country in terms of food, sanitary wares, and other things. And early this year, we received 4 containers of carpets from African Relief and Community Development. We look at the database of care space that we do have, and we give support accordingly. So if we receive support from philanthropists and supporters, we make sure that we visit them and support them accordingly. And as we work with them over the years, we also do an assessment of some of their needs. So we receive support, we know if we visit to address the needs that we have faced earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The member for Sabasanjal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for providing response as far as the report of the Select Committee on Gender is concerned. Honorable Minister, in one of your response, you've highlighted that support to rehabilitation centers has been increased, which I really need to commend you for. It is very important that such centers are supported. But, Honorable Minister, is your ministry prepared to establish a foundation and call it Social Welfare Foundation, where...
Correction, point of correction.
Yes, you want to correct.
It says the budget has been reduced, not increased. So I think that needs to be factored so that we support them to maintain, to have it increased next time. Thank you.
You've not seen probably what I was reading, but according to what I have here, it says support to rehabilitation centers has been increased. I never said reduced, huh? So maybe you need to look at it. Just allow me, please. I think you are not reading well. You left your lenses today. Maybe your lenses are not with you. So allow me to proceed because we are talking about disabilities, persons with disabilities. These people are very important as far as our society is concerned. And anything that has to do with supporting persons with disabilities, I am somebody who wants to take it very seriously because I know how it feels. I have worked with them. And I have worked in a foundation, Honorable Minister. It is called St. Elizabeth Stiftung Foundation in Germany. Maybe the ministry need to conduct a study to know.
Honorable member?
Yes, let me just proceed.
Yeah, I want to remind members, please don't make statements.
No, let me just questions. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, just It's just to lay a foundation which will lead me to my question subsequently. Honorable Minister, Social Welfare Foundation is very important. Is your ministry willing or ready or prepared to establish a foundation which will help persons with disabilities in various key areas like elderly people, for example, disability inclusion and support services, and child? It is very important for the ministry to establish a foundation. Are your ministry willing to establish a foundation that would support persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Support persons with disability is part of their pillar of human rights. And the ministry and the government should do everything possible to make sure that their concerns are adequately met. Because of the foundation, there's something we can consider with the Ministry of Justice to the legal implications and what they need to do exactly so we can set up a foundation. We don't take the isolation, we want it all to stake in the work that we do. The foundation, I think that we need for us to consult the Ministry of Justice and see what the needs are. Thank you very much for the intervention.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll now invite the member for Simon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, page 5, you indicated that there were 30 beneficiaries that have graduated. My question is, what criteria did your ministry use in awarding those scholarships to those children?
Where exactly on page 5 are you referring to?
Where you said 30 beneficiaries have successfully completed. What criteria did your ministry use in giving out those scholarships to the children?
Actually, these are children incorporated below, and they are kept at the juvenile prison. And if they are adolescents, towards the end of their prison term, we work with the Ministry of Interior on this. Towards the end of their prison term, they write to us, and we look at areas the children are interested. We link them with institutions of training, who do training. Of course, we get the funding from UNICEF and other partners. We identify the officials. They are done by prisons where they are held because they were at one time incomplete with the law. So the list of names are provided to us and the area that they have to be trained on. Then we look for support and get them trained. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to the member who is.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank you for accepting some of these recommendations. It looks like you've accepted some recommendations, but others are not yet considered.
Others are looking for support.
Because they are long-term. They are long-term.
We are concerned about all the recommendations.
Honorable Minister, please sit down. Please take a seat, Honorable Member. Yeah, Honorable Minister, you allow members to ask their question, you note down. Don't speak over the mic while they are submitting their questions. Yes, Honorable Member for Willis, please continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I'm just trying to say that some of the recommendations are long-term and then we are looking into them. But we have not named them. These are long-term and we are looking into them. We'll be interested to know that. Honorable Speaker, on page 1, the Minister said they recognize that inclusive social protection must ensure that no one is left behind. My observation, Honorable Minister, is that so many children are in villages, in communities that actually need specialized care. but they have no way of getting specialized care. For example, the autistic children, they are all over the place. But if they are not provided support at their young age, they remain like that until they die. So whether your ministry is thinking of coming up with a plan to actually take care of such autistic children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Our program is all-inclusive, leaving no one behind. And once it comes to our attention that there's a child in the community who needs support, we make sure that we move forward with the assessment and give the support accordingly. We have staff in all the regions who do in the communities to assess the welfare of the children. In fact, last year in November, GDP's referral tour, we were in a village Sierra North. I can't remember the exact village. Upon arrival, I saw a banner on it was written, "People with disabilities support So I walked across to it. I found 4 women with 4 children with disability and a gentleman holding the banner. I made inquiries. I was made to understand that all 3 of them have no wheelchair. The one in the wheelchair was on a broken wheelchair. So I got the numbers of all the mothers, their names, telephone number, the village, and most of their children. After the presidential prayer, in the morning, I called the regional office and explained to the governor, I went to go on a home visit and did the report. So the report is quite pathetic. It highlights the condition of the children. They need food, they need clothing, they need diapers, and each of them needs a wheelchair. As a result of that, we are now preparing pediatric wheelchairs. They can't take adult wheelchairs. It's not convenient for them. So we are processing the procurement of pediatric wheelchairs. And therefore this will be on our list of support, where we provide them with feeding, diapers, and the list goes on. As a result, we have put UNICEF. We are going to conduct an assessment. We are giving one told that they have 400 such in Sierra North. That's quite alarming. So we are going to do an assessment of people with disability in Sierra North, and we still need them into male, female, adult, and children. And based on that, we look for support and support adequately. The reason why we said our program is all inclusive, we leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the member for Banjul South.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think on page 4, you should add after to 1 million a month, because if a person reads it, it would just say allocation increased from 700,000 to 1 million, and they would assume that it's per annum, and that would only amount to 2,000, less than 2,700 per day, when in effect it is over 33,000 a day. I think we should add it so that it will be, anybody who reads it would have a true picture. Honorable, Honorable Minister, also, we thank you for the response. However, many of our recommendations have significant financial implications, and the committee would appreciate if you can confirm whether you are ready to reflect these in the coming budget, because we make specific recommendations, including the increasing of number of incubators and radiant warmers at the neonatal unit of the Edwards Francis Small Hospital. Also, the strengthening of the National Rehabilitation Center, which you have initiated, and we commend you for doing so, but we also need you to push so that they would increase the budget for the specialized materials. because you mentioned that it's been decreased from 2.5 million to 1.8 million. We also need you, Honorable Minister, we also look forward to seeing these commitments translated into
Honorable Member,
concrete.
please questions and summarize.
No, I'm just, yeah. We also, like my honorable colleague did mention, you said that it is great to see that the decentralization of these institutional cares across the country, which I think is good. How are you going to maintain them? Because we need to make sure that after decentralization, people are kept closer to the environment that they are used to, because that helps in their rehabilitation as well. We will need to see that as well. And also, I'm commending you because it makes sure that they are close to family members that they are used to, because these children have been traumatized, most of them, and they need to be in environments that are close to them as well. But I think overall, my main concern is to ensure that
Honorable Member for South, this is not an adjournment debate.
It's as the chair of the committee, I think we should focus on things that are short on the report, and those are budgetary constraints, and the minister have not told us how she is going to make sure that they are reflected in the next budget. That is what I need to know, because most of them are budgetary aspects. So she needs to tell us whether she is going to add them in the next budget, because this report was done in 2025 and we've not seen them reflected in the 2026 budget. So she needs to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are equally concerned about the issues that we raised during your trek, and we are focusing on them in the budget for 2027. Not all of them can address at once. So we need to prioritize, and systematically we present them for the daily elections as we progress in the years to come. Next year, some of them have already reflected in the budget for next year, and for others, we are looking for partners to support. So as you mentioned, we are concerned, and we should make sure that we will wait for the period, all of them addressed and they are addressed adequately. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member for Bunuga. Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Honorable Minister, on page 4, the issue of lack of an ambulance. Men mentioned that there is a pickup that they are using for emergency purpose, and your plan is to do it in the next budget to at least procure an ambulance for them. Are there any plans from your ministry to liaise with the Ministry of Health, at least to provide you with an ambulance that can be used before waiting for the budget session?
Thank you very much. Ministry of Health is a strong partner, and we will update them to see if we will have together with an ambulance. The government is planning, we also be looking around for an ambulance elsewhere outside the country. Thank you for that recommendation. It's highly appreciated.
Thank you. Member for Bunuga Kunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for the response, and thank you for having, these rehabilitation centers in the different part of the country. Based on the task force that has been formed through MOPSI to conduct some visiting to majlis and schools and stuff like that. So in certain part of the country, like Jara, Soma, and maybe around Kara, you normally see street beggars, like especially these children who are begging along the street. So what do you have for ustas who are doing such, allowing those children to go out there to beg, and also begging for food? Because I know the Children Act is there. I don't know what punishment do you have for them, because normally I think the welfare of those children is very important, and at the same time the rehabilitation centers are meant for such. So I don't know, what do you have as far as your ministry is concerned?
Thank you very much. For us at the ministry, we strongly believe that children should be in two places, home and school. be conventional or not. The law is strict begging. We don't understand that those who are begging with they are coming from dollars, they are coming from homes, they are coming from dollars, especially around the Kara end and the Jara Soma. If you are doing an assessment of the planning centers and the locals across the country, established, we also can Minister of Education and our partners. The minister is funding this study. When the report comes out, then we will determine if they have gone wrong in the centers, because each academic of this school are very interested. But then we even saw that impacting the children, some of the grandparents, they come from the neighboring countries. But it's time we are still waiting for the report, because whatever intervention we do, we believe some believe in empirical evidence. So the assessment will bring out the reasons why the children are begging industries. And if you go beyond that, give us the nature and manner in which the children are treated. They will look at the data. I'm sure they will take care of everything. Through observation, we observe the shortcomings of the data. But then this report will go effectively to let us know what are the shortcomings of the data and will address this adequately. Well, today I don't want to break unless and until we come to a legal framework so that the data owners will allow the children to stay in school or at home to learn and not be in the streets. But after all, the parents have given these children to these data owners to pay more on the on. But apparently, as we are seeing, there is businesses value. So actually, it's time for government to look at the Gambia, follow the legislation, to stop children from being in the streets and let them stay at home or wherever they have been assigned to learn to experience by their parents. Because that is clear. It's not free of charge, it is free for this. We all know. And with that, I want to take advantage of the children. And you want to speak their faith and let's spend on them. And I think they live around this system going. And so if they want to do their acts, we let them down. We are looking for them at this point, and then the response, which will come on in the report. And then I think that's for another framework so that there are no other things just today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now invite nominated member Ajaratu Fatou Kejawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, apart from securing the perimeter fence of the shelter and provide security personnel so that the children will not move out or rescue from the shelter, do you have any other plan to monitor the unauthorized visitors so that they will not have influence over the kids that were trafficked to retrieve them? Two, do you have any other plan for the elderly in the shelter, as most of your programs were centered on the juvenile wing and the children?
Thank you very much. Yes, let me respond to the second question first. We have plans for the elderly at the shelter. Before, we had enough accommodation for the elderly, but with support from our National Foundation, where we want to build 4 additional rooms self-contained for elders at the shelter. And more is being required. And at the moment, I think we have only 2 people at the elderly. We left one of them, 2 sickness and age. So now we have 18. But only now, 6 of our rooms are vacant. But they are fully furnished and ready to accommodate any elderly person who needs support. For the children, yes, the reason why we have access to security is to make sure that we have access to the children directly. I think it is a condition from the presented in the media this year. So there are 2 entrances to the shelter. So now they are all being manned by security officials. 24-hour security is being provided. So if you don't integrate it, here habits are taken, and then the child that he or she wants to see is put forward for her to see. We are going to provide confidentiality in these shelters. If everyone is allowed to go around, you see people running to see, and you may end up saying things you're not supposed to say. So for the confidence and the education of these children, you make sure that now, when a person comes to for a visit, you stay where you are at the entrance, your visitors are taken, and then the child will come to see, and it's before for you to see. So those who want to be shelter, they need support. They are created at the entrance, and they are taken down the shelter. So they look around and see what support they can give. Or if you don't want to adopt a child, you always know which child you want to adopt. Someone to adopt a baby, someone to adopt a caring child, someone to adopt a 1-year-old. So when you come to the shelter, you take care of the wheelchairs at the entrance. It's not just to protect the children. And then we take you around to where the babies are. If you want to adopt a baby, if you want to adopt a toddler, you take it to the place where the toddlers are. And then no cameras are, no phones are allowed in there. So nobody should take a picture. Still, we try to make sure that there's confidentiality, children are protected. It's easy well, and now the PL entrances are manned with the first 24 hours. Just to make sure that there's no protection. And in fact, the main entrance is manned by one person. So in our budget, we have to get personnel. But to provide protection, this is the reason why we have now different Ministry of Interior, and they have given additional personnel who man the posts. Where the main entrance is guarded by more than one person. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now invite the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I commend you for your response. But again, I will just want you to help me to widen my horizon in terms of understanding some of your response. So in that regard, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I will just go through the response that we have provided by the Minister on the orphanages and child care facilities. And the first bullet point that talks about the ministry in partnership with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights through the PAPPEF project conducted a nationwide profiling of child care institutions in 2024 and reviewed the minimum standards to enhance the quality of care. In that regards, I would just want to know whether, Honorable Minister, you can table the findings of the profiling and tell this House how many institutions fail to meet the minimum standards, plus what enforcement actions have been taken against non-compliant facilities. Going to bullet point 3, that has to do with, in collaboration with the Ministry of Basic Education, a national task force has been established to oversee and monitor childcare institutions, including majalis and so on. So in that regards, can the Honorable Minister tell us the key findings of the landscape study, when the report will be published, and how the task force is monitoring the majalis, specifically where child welfare concerns have been raised. Going further, Honorable Speaker, on the rehabilitation centers for persons with disabilities. The Minister did mention that bullet point 1, support to rehabilitate centers has increased, including the provision of assistive devices such as wheelchairs and prosthetic materials within budget constraints. However, it must be noted that the specialized material...
Honourable members, please, I appeal on members not to read.
Yeah, I'm just making it short because I want her to understand what I'm talking about. Just go straight to the question. I just want the Minister the Minister stated that support increased, but the specialized materials budget dropped from 2.5 million in 2025 to 1.8 million in 2026. Can the Minister explain why the budget was cut, why the demand for the wheelchairs and prosthetic remains high, and how many persons with disabilities will be denied devices this year because of that 700,000 reduction?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last question. Because of illness, diabetes, and accidents, the number of people demanding wheelchairs and other assistive devices are on the increase. So we can't right now tell you the total number. The support increased, but then when it came to the budget, it was decreased. And the reason for the decrease was because of last year, we started a delay in procurement. And because we had a delay in procurement, some of the funds allocated for such equipment were returned to the government coffers. As a result, this year, they have given us less. But then, the procurement rules in government are so tedious and so slow. That's the reason why last year, our procurement unit delayed in the procurement. This is the first time in the ministry we have a delay in procurement. And this is also the first time in the ministry that the funds were returned. The 1.8 billion used like 1.8 adequately, and then make sure that in fact for this year we have the money to buy this equipment. Okay, coming to the study on the Majlis, the report is not yet out. We have constituted a task force with the basic secondary education and some of our other partners, the NGOs and CSOs. The study is on, and once the report is out, we make sure that the Commission Health Committee and National Assembly gets a copy of the report, and together we will work towards implementing the recommendations accordingly. The care guidelines, yes, and the guidelines have just been validated and analyzed and shared with our partners so that they also follow and be realized in the operations of the centers. I had mentioned earlier that the particular year when we did the validation, we did adjustment of the guidelines, validation, and shared with our partners. And then we went for assessment, discovered that one of them appeal didn't adhere to the guidelines, so we closed them down. So we have just shared these guidelines with our partners. And in a period of 2 months, we go around to do a complete assessment. If any care or coverage is not adhering to the guidelines, then we take it and close them down. There's no time that we use on that, because after all, we are concerned about the welfare of children. Whether the care institution is government-owned or privately owned, we must adhere by the guidelines so that we should not given that attention which is required. So we will do assessment this year, and if any institution is found short, this is what we include them. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you. Member Kusakunda, you have the floor.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much.
My last question was not answered as.
And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Social protection and social services are the core principles around which every government is built. And it is evident that budgetary allocation is not reliable. And aside from the budgetary allocation your ministry receives, are there any other levies that your ministry relies on to support persons with disability and other vulnerable groups? If not, is your ministry contemplating on demanding a certain percentage from the imported goods like the national security levy in order to support and meet the needs of these vulnerable people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Social protection services are essential, and as we are speaking, the government allocation has increased. The numbers of people have also increased. And last year, we served 2,000 individuals. And this is we are taking from the social minister, and we are looking at the elderly, those are above 70. we're looking at those who are divorced, we're looking at the orphans, we're looking at the disabled persons. We're looking at those who have a disability. So last year it was 3,000, and this year now have increased. This year we are supporting 2011, and the debt has increased to $23 billion. We are quite right. Sustainability is an issue. We have support from government, the government budget, as well as support from the World Bank. But then, if it is concerned, I think we should look again and see how best we can get support from different levels, or whatever, even if it's good, $1 per gallon. What creatively in India, we can do everything. So that we can start to subsidize support to program. But again, one thing that I'm doing now the agenda of education is quite high, and most donors are willing to support facilitation. When we plan, we should start planning for the future and see how best government can get support from other sources to complement what they are getting for individual users. That's quite good. Although this year we are planning 10,000 people, but with the current budget, I think we should raise an easy distribute this. So what are those is very important, and if you how we can get the support from other donors. Thank you very much for the intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Banjalnot, you were...
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
From your end?
Yes, it's just for the records. The question that I asked has to do with whether she can be able to table the findings of the profiling that they did. That is for the bullet point 1. That was my first question, and not about the guidelines as far as the compliance are concerned.
Excuse me, can you please repeat the question? I was looking around for the person talking.
Okay, all right. My question was, can you kindly table the findings of that profiling and tell us, and tell this House how many institutions failed to meet the minimum standard, and plus what enforcement action has been taken against non-compliant facilities?
No, you said your question was not answered. Which question was not answered? Yeah, but you are adding something else. You are asking whether she can table what?
I didn't add anything, Honorable Speaker. What I said was, can the Honorable Minister table the findings of that profiling and tell us, tell this Assembly, that is, tell this House, how many institutions failed to meet the minimum standard, plus what enforcement actions have been taken against non-compliant facilities? Because I refer to the review that was already done by the ministry as far as the profiling was concerned.
Yes, if the minister want to table anything, naturally the minister will table. I don't know, tabling of what?
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister. The bullet point says the ministry, in partnership with the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, through the PAPREF program, or project rather, conducted a nationwide profiling of child care institutions in 2024 and reviewed the minimum standard to enhance the quality of care. In that regard, I said, if the minister can table the findings of that profiling and tell this House how many institutions failed to meet the minimum standard, plus what enforcement action have been taken against non-compliant facilities. This is what I ask.
Yeah, because the problem is to, Honorable Minister, you have to allow me to give you the floor.
Sorry?
You have to allow me to give you the floor. Maybe I have to admit or not to admit. Okay. Under what circumstances or under what condition would the minister table that? Table or submit? Would the minister table that or submit that finding?
She can submit that finding.
All right. Okay, Honorable.
Okay.
Honorable Minister. Yes. Honorable Minister, yes, please.
Sorry?
Yes, you can go ahead. You know, the member is asking if you can submit that profile.
Sure. We share the report with you. And then we'll also share with you, the report will have the findings.
Thank you.
And we'll also let you know what actions we are taking to addressing some of the findings which fall really short of the quality of care. But apparently, they are all in line. That's why we didn't do this included before. Again, we did assessment, which was only appeal. We should share the standards, so they have to go down.
Thank you.
But the ones that we did graded before, are not very much below the standards.
Thank you.
The only standard will share with all of you.
Thank you, Minister. The member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, on the juvenile detention facility, the ministry's response to the highlighted challenges indicates the ministry will engage the Prison Service Department through the Ministry of Interior to address these concerns. Honorable Minister, as a ministry, how do you intend the Prison Service Department to address such concerns?
Thank you very much. We will work with them. We will look at what support we can. We sit down with them. That is what support they can provide from their annual budgets. And if they also support of any activity or intervention, we will engage our partners, more specifically UNICEF and PAPF, to give us support. We don't work in isolation, and when we do conduct assessments and come up with issues, we present the issues on the table, and we all agree together to see who can support what. Yes, but these are concerned to all of us. We are going to work closely with the prisons to address all of them adequately. Thank you. Either through government funds or department funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want to congratulate you and your ministry for ensuring that inclusive social protection is guaranteed to all, and also recognizing that it is predominantly needed for children in institutional care and persons living with disabilities. Honorable Minister, my question would focus on the private centers. And Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I want to lay a foundation. You know, that foundation would help us to have a proactive stance towards it. Currently, if you look at the Gambian society, you will have a lot of what non-government organizations. Some of them would call themselves civil society organizations. Some of them will call themselves activists, because they know there are, needs of society which are evolving and growing. And they know that there are financing gaps. So they will go out there in the name of people, in the names of society, collect funds, but at the end of the day, you know, many of them are one-man organizations, and all they do is for personal enrichment. So my question here is, do you have any accountability mechanisms in addition to the special operation procedures and the care guidelines, which ensures that the funds that are collected in the names of those centers are really invested in those centers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do agree that there are some briefcase situations which go under the Gambia to look for funding, and when they come, only God knows where the funds go to. Apparently, the ones which are institutionalized and are in place in the country, they, before setting up the care rooms, they come to us, and we agree with them, we share all the documentation required, so that they need to know what is required to set up such a center. And then they will with the documents. And once they are done with the establishment, they come back to us, and the staff will go and do the assessment with the SOPs, just to make sure that all that is required is in place before they will start operations. And then when we start the MOU with them, so then we start operations. So officially we also do the assessment, make sure that we work as it is required for the welfare of the children is being done accordingly. But on the other funding they are getting, we don't pay to find out how much funding they are getting. Even though we make sure that we will get the funding, but the other they are getting, we don't ask for this. I think henceforth, we will be asking for the other funding that they are getting. What is clear is that we are happy with we are according to the SOPs, and the interest of the children are accordingly. The other way we ask. Thank you for that, and henceforth, we will clarify that as well. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, I want to thank you for delivering your statement, and members of the National Assembly for asking questions, of course, which you have provided response and further clarifications. I want to thank you so much, and you may go now. Clerk, please, let's proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order 47, 48, and 100, oral ministers' reply. Ministers reply to the report of the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, oversight visit to police stations, military barracks, custom units, prisons, and drug law enforcement agencies, by the Honorable Minister for Interior and the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Honourable members, after the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Defence and Security, oversight visit to police station, military barracks, customs units, prisons, and drug law enforcement agencies in the previous session, the report was submitted to our government. In particular, the Honourable Minister for Interior, Ministers for Interior and Defence, for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honourable Minister for Interior and the Honourable Minister for Defence are scheduled today for reply to the report. May I now invite the Honourable Minister for Interior to be followed by the Minister for Defence to take the podium and make their statement. Honourable Minister.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank for the Defence and Security Committee for an excellent work done and by compiling this particular report. Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the National Assembly, I wish to reply the recommendations that were set in the report, but I just want to give a brief statement. I put all my replies in one package. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry took note of the report with particular attention to the findings and recommendations. The Ministry commends the committee for their leadership, interest, and effort to visit defense and security facilities across the country. This report is a blessing in disguise for us as it validates our many complaints to the National Assembly itself for budgetary allocation to address the pressing need of the sectors. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry responds to the recommendation as follows. These are perennial problems facing the sector on daily basis, and for the longest time we have tried to put forward a case for increased budgetary allocation to address them without success. Except for recommendation 7, all the other recommendations required serious investment. Since the report, we continue to strategize in the same way as we used to. Given the acute resource limitation, thus no significant progress has been made. The immediate implementation of the recommendation is only practicable provided the financial resources are allocated to the sector. On recommendation 7, Honourable Speaker, the security sector institutions are constantly engaging with the population through social and mainstream media and other community outreach programs. All the institutions have functional PR units tasked to mobilize public support for effective law enforcement operations. It is hoped that this engagement will result in improved community trust and collaboration with the law enforcement. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry respectfully invites you to urgently consider allocating resources for the implementation of the recommendation. Once the necessary resources are provided, the Ministry is committed to ensure the law enforcement agencies are properly equipped, enjoy standard accommodation facilities, and improve mobility for their operations. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister for Defense to reply. Defense, take the podium, yes. The Minister for Defense, please go ahead. No, Minister for Defense, please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the Ministry acknowledges and appreciates the concerns and challenges identified in the report of the Select Committee on Defense and Security.
Standing Committee, Minister.
Standing Committee. I beg your pardon. The observations and recommendations contained therein provide valuable strategic insights into the critical areas requiring sustained policy attention, institutional strengthening, and targeted interventions. In response to the issues highlighted, the Ministry has undertaken a comprehensive review
Minister, when you are on the floor, I'm the only one who can stop you.
Yes. We are not having... Yes, please.
When you are on the floor, you don't need to stop. When they're observing is either... Yes.
I should proceed. Thank you. In response to the issues highlighted, the Ministry has undertaken a comprehensive review of the identified challenges and provides the following updates on the measures, initiatives, and policy actions being implemented to address the concerns. These interventions are aimed at enhancing institutional effectiveness, strengthening defense governance, improving operational capabilities, and ensuring the continued development of a resilient and responsive national defense framework. On challenge number 1, inadequate personnel strength. The Ministry of Defense recognizes that manpower limitations remain a significant institutional challenge, particularly in balancing the requirements to sustain operational readiness with the need to provide adequate opportunities for personnel welfare, professional development, training, and recuperation. Addressing these challenges requires a strategic and coordinated approach to human resource management, informed by operational priorities, force structure requirements, and available national resources. Accordingly, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Defense Headquarters, is pursuing measures to strengthen manpower planning, enhance personnel management systems, and optimize the effective utilization of existing human resources. Recruitment and force expansion initiatives will continue to be conducted in a structured and sustainable manner, guided by assessed operational requirements, capability gaps, and resource availability. These efforts are intended to ensure the development of a balanced, capable, and resilient defense force able to effectively fulfill its constitutional mandate. On challenge number 2, poor infrastructure and accommodation facilities. The Ministry of Defense recognizes that continued enhancement of military infrastructure is essential to sustaining operational effectiveness, improving personnel welfare, and strengthening institutional capacity. Existing infrastructure, including barracks, administrative offices, training facilities, and operational posts, require periodic rehabilitation, expansion, and modernization to address the effects of aging, increased operational demands, and evolving defense requirements.
In response, the ministry continues to prioritize defense infrastructure development through a phased and strategic approach that integrates government funding, collaborative partnerships, and structured rehabilitation programs. These interventions are aimed at improving the quality, functionality, and sustainability of military facilities while ensuring that infrastructure investments remain aligned with national defense priorities, operational requirements, and long-term force development objectives. Challenge number 3, insufficient operational equipment and logistics. The ministry recognizes that availability of adequate, modern, and mission-essential equipment is fundamental to maintaining operational readiness, enhancing capacity development, and ensuring the effective execution of the Armed Forces constitutional mandate. While sufficient efforts have been undertaken to strengthen administrative and operational capabilities, equipment shortfalls continue to exist due to competing national priorities. Yes. While significant efforts have been undertaken to strengthen administrative and operational capabilities, equipment shortfalls continue to exist due to competing national priorities and resource constraints. To address these capability gaps, the Armed Forces continue to implement a structured equipment management approach focused on the acquisition, replacement, maintenance, and life cycle management of critical assets. These efforts are guided by operational requirements, capability assessments, and available resources with the objective of progressively enhancing mission readiness, improving force effectiveness, and ensuring a sustainable defense capability framework. Challenge number 4, mobility and transportation constraints. The Ministry of Defense acknowledges the challenges associated with vehicle availability, fleet readiness, and long-term sustainability of military mobility capabilities. Aging vehicle assets, increased operational commitments, and demands of maintaining serviceable platforms continue to place pressure on existing fleet management systems and maintenance capacity. To address these challenges, the ministry, in collaboration with the Armed Forces, is implementing measures aimed at strengthening fleet management practices, improving preventive and corrective maintenance systems, and prioritizing the phased replacement of obsolete and high-demand vehicles. These interventions are guided by operational requirements, asset life cycle considerations, and available resources to ensure the development of a reliable, efficient, and sustainable mobility support capability for enhanced mission effectiveness. Number 5 is about limited funding for operations and basic requirements. The ministry recognizes that adequate, timely, and predictable funding is fundamental to sustaining operational readiness, maintaining institutional effectiveness, and fulfilling national defense responsibilities. Budgetary constraints have, however, impacted critical operational areas, including fuel availability, equipment maintenance, training programs, and logistics support requirements. To address these challenges, the ministry, in collaboration with GAF, continues to engage relevant government authorities and stakeholders to promote resource allocations that are commensurate with assigned operational responsibilities and evolving national security requirements. These engagements are aimed at strengthening defense resource planning, improving financial sustainability, and ensuring that available resources are strategically aligned with priority, capability development, and operational readiness objectives. Number 6, shortage of uniforms, boots, and personal protective equipment. The Ministry of Defense acknowledges the challenges associated with delays in procurement and distribution of uniforms and personal equipment required to support personnel readiness and operational effectiveness. These challenges have underscored the need
for continuous improvement in procurement processes, supply chain coordination, and inventory management systems. The Ministry, in collaboration with GAV, is implementing measures to strengthen procurement planning, enhance supply chain efficiencies, and improve the timely provision and distribution of essential military clothing, personal equipment, and protective gear. These efforts remain focused on ensuring that personnel are adequately equipped to perform their duties while promoting professionalism, enhancing safety standards, and sustaining operational effectiveness. The next challenge is for your consumption only, and because this is live on the media.
Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just go to number 8.
Number 8, thank you. Insufficient medical supplies and support. The Ministry of Defense recognizes that effective and responsive healthcare support is a critical component of personnel welfare, operational resilience, and sustained mission readiness. Access to timely medical care, adequate medical supplies, functional healthcare infrastructure, and reliable emergency evacuation capabilities remains essential to ensuring the health and operational effectiveness of members of the armed forces. While challenges persist in relation to medical logistics, equipment availability, and emergency medical support capacity, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Gambia Armed Forces, continues to implement measures aimed at strengthening military health services. These efforts include improving medical supply chain systems, enhancing healthcare partnerships, upgrading medical capabilities, and strengthening preparedness for operational and emergency medical requirements. The objective is to establish a resilient military healthcare framework capable of effectively supporting personnel in both routine and operational environments. Inadequate feeding and nursing facilities. The Ministry recognizes that adequate nutrition and comprehensive welfare support are essential determinants of personnel morale, health, and operational effectiveness. A well-managed catering system contributes sufficiently to sustaining the physical readiness, motivation, and overall well-being of members of the armed forces. The Ministry acknowledges that some of these catering facilities require further improvement, particularly in relation to structure, catering equipment, hygiene standards, and food supply management systems. In response, the Ministry, in collaboration with the armed forces, continues to implement measures aimed at enhancing catering services through facility upgrades, improved logistics and supply chain management, and the strengthening of welfare support mechanisms. These interventions are intended to ensure the provision of safe, nutritious, and reliable catering services that support personnel welfare and sustain operational readiness. Security and protection of military installations. The Ministry of Defense acknowledges the importance of maintaining robust physical security systems to safeguard military installations, personnel, equipment, and other strategic defense assets, given the critical role of military facilities in supporting national security objectives. Effective perimeter protection, controlled access, and integrated security measures remain essential components of defense infrastructure management. The Ministry recognizes existing challenges relating to perimeter fencing, installation protection, surveillance capacity, and access control systems. In response, efforts are being prioritized towards strengthening physical security infrastructure through phased improvements, modernization of surveillance capacities or capabilities, and the enhancement of security management arrangements. These measures are aimed at improving the resilience of military installations, mitigating security risks, and ensuring a secure environment that supports operational readiness and mission effectiveness. Maintenance and sustainability challenges. The Ministry of Defense recognizes that adequate, timely, and predictable funding is fundamental to sustaining operational readiness, maintaining institutional effectiveness, and fulfilling national defense responsibilities. Budgetary constraints have, however, impacted critical operational areas, including fuel availability, equipment maintenance, training programs, and logistics support requirements. To address these challenges, the Ministry, in coordination with the Gambia Armed Forces, continues to engage relevant government authorities and stakeholders to promote resource allocation that are commensurate with assigned operational responsibilities and evolving national security requirements. These engagements are aimed at strengthening defense resource planning, improving financial sustainability, and ensuring that availability or available resources are strategically aligned with priority capabilities and development and operational readiness objectives. The last challenge, sanitation and general living conditions. The Ministry of Defense recognizes that adequate sanitation, access to essential services, and healthy living conditions are fundamental components of personnel welfare, moral, and operational effectiveness. A safe and hygienic living environment contributes significantly to the well-being of service members and supports the maintenance of a healthy and productive military workforce. The Ministry acknowledges existing requirements for further improvements in areas such as water supply systems, waste management, washroom facilities, and overall environmental sanitation within military establishments. In response, the Ministry, in collaboration with the GAF, continue to implement infrastructure improvement initiatives, preventive maintenance programs, and targeted interventions aimed at enhancing living conditions. These efforts are guided by the objective of developing sustainable welfare infrastructure that meets acceptable standards, supports personnel well-being, and strengthens institutional readiness. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense appreciates the observations and recommendations provided by the National Assembly Standing Committee on Defense and Security and recognizes their value in identifying critical areas requiring continued policy attention, institutional strengthening, and strategic interventions. While notable progress has been achieved in enhancing institutional capacity, improving operational readiness, and strengthening defense capabilities, the Ministry acknowledges that resource limitations continue to influence the pace and scope of planned improvements. Assessing or addressing these challenges requires a coordinated and sustainable or sustained approach that aligns defense priorities with national security objectives and available resources. The Ministry of Defense remains committed to working collaboratively with the government, the National Assembly, the relevant stakeholders to address identified gaps through prioritized investments, enhanced strategic planning, improved resource management, and sustainable institutional reforms. These efforts will continue to support the development of a professional, capable, and resilient defense institution that is responsive to national security requirements. I submit.
Honorable members, pursuant to Order 48(6) of the Standing Orders, and accord after the statement has been delivered in the Assembly, a period of questions on the statement which shall last no more than 1 hour may then ensue. The Speaker shall determine the period taking into consideration the content of the statement, the number of members wishing to ask questions, and the pressure of the order business. May I now invite honorable members to ask questions relating to the two ministers, that of Interior and Defense. Honorable members, may I now call on the member for Same. You may clearly indicate as to which minister do you want to ask the question.
Thank you very much.
For order, we start with the Minister of Interior.
Yeah, my first question goes to Minister of Interior.
In your
observation, Honorable Chair.
In your report, you mentioned so many.
Now, Honorable Member, what are we going to do? Should I allow 5 members to ask questions? Then while the ministers take note, and then those will come, or we allow them to stand, anyone that is asked, we come, or we begin with one because they are cross-cutting. Huh?
Honorable Speaker, I think they've made separate submissions, and the questions can only be generated from the submissions they've made. So as such, we start with the Honorable Minister for Interior. Once we are done with him, then the Honorable Minister for Defense comes. Thank you.
Minority, you are saying something? Yes, Member for Willie Same. Willie is okay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm just observing that the defense have provided a document in response, but the Ministry of Interior did not. I did not see any response from the Ministry, apart from the...
Well, he provided, in fact, he is the first to provide. Sammy, please, you have the floor.
I don't have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question goes to Minister of Interior. In your report, you mentioned so many constraints. I just want to ask, what is your ministry's #1 challenge?
Resources.
Thank you. Member Kebalang Fofana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Honorable Minister, I will start my question by quoting the last paragraph of the first page, where you indicated that since the report, we continue to strategize the same way as we used to, given the acute resource limitations. Thus, no significant progress has been made. The immediate implementation of the recommendation is only practical provided the financial resources are allocated. And in your last paragraph, where I noted, you said, finally, the ministry respectfully invites you to urgently consider allocating resources for the implementation of the recommendations. Honorable Minister, based on your response, will it be accurate to state that the observations from 1 to 6 were brought before the National Assembly Standing Committee on Defense and Security prior to the committee's visit and their findings? That's the first question. And the second one is, if yes, what has been the committee's justification for the non-allocation of resources? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member. Everything that is in the recommendation, not only from 1 to 6. I think me being coming from the services as the former Inspector General of Police, I think I've been meeting with the Defense and Security Committee every time. And these are some of the issues we raise, in particular with me. In fact, the most disheartening thing is, even if you do your budgeting, when you go to those committee level, they start your budget. So they cannot come back and say XYZ. For example, the uniform issue, I've mentioned here and then say, if you allocate $9 million for uniform for 7,000 individuals, just for one individual, the minimum you can clothe that police officer or that primary officer is $5,000 as a minimum. If you have 8,000 police officers or paramilitary officers together,
Honorable Minister?
Honorable Minister, you mean at the committee level that...
Honorable, please. Honorable Minister, please continue. Minister, you done?
I'm just elaborating, 5,000, if you calculate by 8,000, that's $50 million. There is no any given time, 50 million, yes. There is no any given time where you have up to $50 million per year for uniform. How do you expect us to give them what they need per uniform per year? In fact, even with $50 million, we can only clothe them once a year. You can't put one boot, one trouser, one shirt, one beret around for a complete year. If we need $50 million a minimum, and we are giving 14, 15, even that 14, 15, sometimes we come here, they slash it. That is allocated by the government. But when you come to a committee level discussion, they slash it. So the same committee cannot come back and then say X, Y, Z. So
Honorable Minister, you are very right.
The member for Bakau, you have the floor.
For the defense minister. Mine is for the defense minister.
Thank you. Yours is on defense. Defense. Yeah, let him take note. Here he comes. Police, defense, or
Honorable Speaker, again, I am just, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the effort. However, what we expect from the ministry is to respond to each specific concern. If we are talking about, for example, uniforms, then the ministry or the minister responds exactly on the uniforms. What is the problem with uniforms? How many officers need uniforms and they don't have uniforms, and how much would that cost? Things like this that will help us to at least to know what the challenges are and what effort the assembly should do to be able to ensure that those officers have uniforms. But if it is just general answers, for me, I am lost. I don't know what to ask, because we don't know the specific request or complaint that is made by the committee, and then that is not stated, and then the answer specifically to that question also is not stated. So I think we need to change the method in which you are responding to the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Brikama North, am I leader?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When I see the members banging or supporting the view of the minister over the committee, I tend to be flabbergasted. Security, defense and security is a committee that will always work for augmentation of allocation for defense, that is Interior and the Ministry of Defense. There had not been any point in time where there were deductions in their allocation, always augmentation. Then that means the question is not on the committee. Where the minister said this report is a blessing in disguise, as it validates our many complaints to National Assembly for budgetary allocation to address the pressing need of this sector. The blame is put on the National Assembly. The ministry is allocated. When the Minister of Finance is doing budget calculation, you are doing allocation based on your ceilings. And then based on the ceilings, the important that you do, you prioritize based on the allocation that is given to you. It is based on that is given to the committee, and the committee will struggle for augmentation. I think it should be a matter of reverse. Instead of blaming this guy, blame on the National Assembly, it should be the Minister of Finance. The allocation they give to you. I would have advice for the Honorable Minister, just like the Honorable Member for Willie is rightly stated. You go by the recommendation, give your facts, and the constraint of the camera is facing you, just like how defense put it.
so that when this is approved, when you have done the budget bilateral, you can say this is what the National Assembly said, and these are our challenges, and these are the budget allocations we need, so that you can have that support. But if you do it like this, it's very bad. We will not know where your budget challenges are. So therefore, can I ask this question, Honorable Minister? Can I ask this question, Honorable Minister, having made that foundation? Based on your ceilings and the allocation that's given to you, would you consider that sufficient for the ministry in order to address these challenges, even though you do not list them out, from number 1 to number 6? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you need to, sorry, Honorable Speaker, or Honorable National Assembly Member, I'm standing here with an experienced person. I was the Inspector General of Police, and I remember how many times did I come to this committee? So many times. Even with the budget we are talking about, the ceiling, yes, even, no,
Honourable Minister, yeah, what the member is saying, he is not saying you have not been coming to the committee, but what you say, and other members said, is the committee that cut down. Him being the chair of PAC, he knew every year, and even yourself, when you are the police, in fact, the defense committee have to appeal on this assembly to increase. The defense committee have never cut down on uniform. That's what he said. Go ahead.
Honorable, I'm talking of my sector. I remember the last time I came here as a minister, my guys were here. Some of the budgets were cut and they moved to other sectors. I was there. Then I was the minister. Here. And I was telling you, you were there. I was telling you, I know what I want, not you. So what I'm saying, I want. We have been there for almost 15, 20 years at the top, leading it.
You know,
I'm coming, Honorable Minister.
Order, please. Honourable Minister, there is no point in time where the defense committee will cut from the defense and security and put it to other sectors, other ministries. No. Point of order. It's in the reports are there. Point of order. Point of order. Please continue, Honourable Minister. Point of order. There's a point of order by
Honourable Speaker, the Speaker is supposed to be the referee. We know you are the chairperson of Defense and Security.
No. You're on a point of order, please. No, which order, please?
That is in accordance with our standing orders. You are supposed to be the
member.
So you don't respond based on
remember which order, please.
Based on the provisions of the standing order, provision 31. Okay?
Please sit down.
Members can be brought to order. So what we are trying to say is the committee, but here you are.
Please take your seat. Honourable Minister, continue.
Honorable Speaker, I think every question that is on that list boils down to resources and finances. That's all. So we cannot do anything without those resources are augmented. We are the National Assembly. Because before approving the budget, we look at everyone. If you look at our budget and you see that this budget is so limited, you can come up and say, look, the budget you are allocating to the Ministry of Interior or Ministry of Defense, they can't work with some budget, so you need to increase it. So even there is a ceiling. So that's what I'm saying.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
My question was meant for the Defense Minister. However, Honorable Minister, I think due to your response, it will prompt me to throw a question on you. From your response, you said the Committee on Defense and Security have cut down part of the request you made as a ministry, and as well as the then minister, as the then IGP of the Gambia Police Force. Do you have proofs to justify the allegations you made on the said committee? And if you do, can you please share with this National Assembly the draft please, I'm on the floor, please. If you have any, can you please share with this August National Assembly in order to justify the claims or the allegations made on the committee? Thank you.
Can I come?
Minister, go ahead.
No, can I go?
Yeah, Minister, please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether in the Defense and Security Committee, when you go there, you give them your budget and then you mention, I want 15 million for uniform, for example. I want this a particular amount for this. They will not use that to see, okay, this is what you want, and they give it to you. They can look at 15 million and say, look, we are not giving you 15 million here. We are taking 3 million, we are putting it to another area. But that's what they do. So you are not actually in control with your budget. That's what I'm telling you. For example, I have a budget for 15 million. Honorable Minister, so let me complete. Because Honorable Minister,
don't respond to their supplementary question.
No, I'm still responding to
Please allow the minister to concede.
Can I continue?
Please go ahead, sir.
You know, when you come with a budget, you prepare your budget by yourself. And then you allocated certain amount to every budget line. But instead of using that budget line, they will cut. They may take 2 million or 1 million, take it, give it from uniform or take it to somewhere, take this thing from. That's what they do at the Defense and Committee. Right or wrong?
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, that is it. Why to the other ministries? No. Now, yeah, use your mic, sir. Minister, use your mic.
I have never said you cut it and take it to other ministry.
Thank you very much.
I have never said that. But you sit and then you cut from here, take it here.
Now, Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, okay, I withdraw my question, please.
Thank you. Member for Bunukakunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, my question is meant for the Ministry of Defense, please.
Bunukakunda Defense.
I can proceed. Okay.
Yeah, later. I still have 3 more members. The member for Fonyi Bintankrana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I am very confused with the response coming from the minister regarding the cutting. There is difference between cutting your budget and transferring or moving the budget from one budget line to another within your ministry. Now, if you are responding that they came and cut your budget at the committee level, and the same committee is giving you this recommendation, that's unbelievable. And that is why, for me, I cherish the fact that the committee did deduct that. But now, can you please explain to the National Assembly really as to what happened? Did they transfer based on your consent, move it from one budget line to another, or they cut it without your consent? Yes.
I think I have answered that. The issue is, I have explained how it is done. You have, like the ministry, like the police, will have different budget line, all right? But you come, the IGP will say, okay, this budget line, I want $5 million a day, all right? For them, they will look at $5 million. They may say, okay, this $5 million, we are not giving you that $5 million, we are giving you $4 million. Then $1 million, they can take it to another budget line. That is not, is their vision, that is fine. So it's not your concept, because you come with what you want. So that's the way it is done.
The member for Joslong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And being a member of the committee, I think you allow me to share something small before I come in with my question. The issue of the allocation, the budget allocation, when it comes to the budget session, we sit as a committee with the minister or the relevant authorities and discuss and see the way forward. But normally, we look at what your actual, as per the time the budget session was on. If you are asking for 10, I look at the actual, it was
that at that time it was 8. We still adjust some for you to meet the remaining 2 months that are remaining. So, and then when we do the cutting, it's within your same ministry. We don't cut and give it to somebody else. We do it within your same ministry in budget line that are not being factored. At times, because the budget line that has 0. You can't budget line be 0. So if you see budget line be 0 and you need those money, we transfer them there. The other minister before, when he was the IG, he was very good in mobilizing resources for the police. And the question to him is, as the head of that interior ministry, is he still ready to go and look for funding to make sure that the police or the interior department has what they should have, especially with the police?
Thank you very much. I think we are saying the same thing. I have not said anything that you have not said. But actually, still now we are mobilizing funds, and in fact, myself, this is between myself and the Honorable Minister of Defense, very soon we have come up with measures that we can be able to solve all this problem, uniforms, infrastructure, welfare, and the like. But those are things that we are working, and we cannot just come to the National Assembly and then talk about it as of now. It's at the very premature stage. But I think if those things work, inshallah, you will see a very big difference, because we cannot rely on the government budget, which we have competing priorities. But all I said is what you are repeating. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now invite the member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for that wonderful reply. We understand the resource constraints is the main reason why the security is still not very productive. Yes, but then in your reply, you did make mention of cutting budgets from one budget line to another. That is basically parliamentary. And like Honorable Josh once stated, we look at the actuals. That is prior expenditure prior to the laying of the report on the budget. If we see to read that, this particular budget line, the expenditure did not exceed what has been actually allocated, and that is the main reason we normally do our cuttings from one budget line to another. But it will still be within the same ceiling that has been given to a particular ministry. We just want you to understand that. The committee is very committed to make sure that we improve the service of the security by giving them the budget. But that is a budget constraint generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I understand that very well. If you are looking at the actual, sometimes they can allocate the budget for you, but you cannot have access to that particular budget. That's why you can use the budget. In fact, what we do, some of this budget we violate, but violate, we need approval. If they don't approve it, you will still see that budget is there, but we don't use it. But that doesn't mean we don't want to use it, because we cannot use them. So if you depend on the actual, you say, okay, they give you 10 million, you only spend 8 million, there's still a balance, because we don't have access to it. So if you depend on the actual, that's why always our budget, in fact, your 2003 budget is smaller than your 2021 budget. You see, your 2025 budget is smaller than your 2020 budget. That's not possible, but because we are looking at the actuals. We don't want to, it's not that we don't want to use them, because we cannot use them. So if you look at those things, at the end of the day, you will be cutting our budget or moving from X, Y to Z. That's what we try to explain to you.
Thank you very much. Member for Eliasa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Interior. Honorable Minister, I am a member for Defense and Security Committee, and then we are doing our utmost best to make this sector work effectively, to be honest. Honorable Minister, during our tour, we found some broken items like stationaries, motorbikes, vehicles. And these are serious challenges in the many stations that we have visited. Honorable Minister, do your ministry have any plan to repair some of these items? Thank you.
Definitely, every broken item needed to be fixed. But can we fix without money? The maintenance rate is very small.
Honorable Minister for Interior, thank you. You know, when you were IG, you built a lot of police stations. Now you are the minister. Go and bring those resources. Minister for Defense, please take the podium. You have 2 questions. One from the member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, challenges number 6, shortages of uniform, boots, and personal protective equipment. Honorable Minister, these are basic needs when it comes to defense and security. So for such items to become challenges to your ministry becomes very strange to me. I'm sure you may peg it to low budget allocations. I have no objection on that. As a ministry, are you not communicating or tapping other foreign countries to give support when it comes to the challenges that you've just indicated on the report?
Honorable Speaker, thank you to your office, to the member for Bakau. Yes, I've been 10 months in the job, and I have used that period to try to understand the challenges and get to the bottom of them. I know we have very genuine and good partners. Even this afternoon before I came here, I received a letter from my counterpart in Turkey asking me to engage on another level beyond where we are in terms of collaboration and cooperation. And these are some of the things that I've already thrown at my team to include in our next issue. But we don't want the importation of uniforms to be a vicious cycle. The Minister of Interior has just hinted that we are working collaboratively to come up with some innovations to generate revenue for the institutions, where we don't want to throw all this at the budget committee going forward. Where we recognize the challenge that we are all facing. So this we want to address by ensuring we have the skill set, the manpower within our engineering departments, the two forces, to be able to do the uniforms ourselves. And that can only happen if we are able to generate the funding to buy the equipment, to buy the materials, and get the training provided. So eventually, this boarding will be handled. But uniforms are perishable. And the kind of work these gentlemen and ladies do, sometimes they are on the ground crawling, sometimes they are in the rocks. You don't expect those materials to last more than a few months. So it comes back to resources, and that's why I'm giving this context, that yes, we are thinking of our partners, but the support we want from our partners is not to provide us uniforms, but to provide us the know-how and the wherewithal to handle the uniform production ourselves in our barracks. This is the way we are going. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Bunun Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the response of the Minister, he indicated that the Ministry, in collaboration with the Armed Forces, you are working towards improving the infrastructural development of their facilities. And currently, I must acknowledge that at Yundum Barracks, they are currently doing fencing of the perimeter. And I want to ask whether you have any plans to rehabilitate the bachelor's quarters that is currently, in a very bad shape, so that at least some of the men can accommodate there. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, the member for Bununka Kunda. When I took over, the first engagement I had with the armed forces was to go on a familiarization tour. And the idea was for me to understand their working and living conditions. I've been to Yundum Barracks, and whether you believe it or not, I've been to other camps. I've been to Fajara, I've been to Njongon, I've been to Kerpate, I've gone to Dasilame, I've also done Tumbunto. The tour continues. And I do visit their bedrooms, I visit their toilets, I visit their kitchens, I go into the rooms and their beds and I touch their mattresses. So I know the conditions in those bachelor's quarters. But our plan is a bigger Marshall Plan. It's not only to renovate the bachelor's quarters. Our big dream, and we are working towards that, you're going to see this in our next budget, inshallah. We are going to ask you to support the provision of a lot of money, and I hope this one will not be slashed, so that we want to see all essential military staff in campus, not living outside. And that means not only renovating the existing structures, but building additional structures to house essential military men and women on campus, so that when we need them, we find them where we want them. So we are thinking beyond renovating the boys' quarters. We are renovating everything that is worth renovation, because some of those structures, particularly Yundu, I've been there. I've gone to a particular story building that is not occupied at the moment, because it is cracked from top to bottom. Even the other two that are occupied, I will not be comfortable to see that or those structures standing there next year. So we'll bring them down and raise them again in another manner. So it's not just the boys' quarters that we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Woolly East will have the floor. For the member for Jenyambure and other members also, you asked about the minister board, the FPAC report. Every year of the joint report, consolidated report of FPAC, you'll see all the evidence of all committees, their recommendations and their cuts and their increase and their request to this plenary. Member for Woolly East, you may have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, while we talk about inadequate personal strength, looking at the budgetary strengths that we have, we expect some of these ministries to be innovative in how they would carry out their recruitment, to be able to build their strength and maintain a core team, so that you don't exhaust that. So I would want to say whether the ministry is considering prioritizing some of these things, because sometimes you may not have the necessary budget to employ all these people, so you scale back. Are you thinking of doing all those things to ensure that we have the core team is always maintained? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I suspect the honorable member, like myself, comes from the civilian world. But the last 10 months taught me a lot about what these gentlemen and ladies know that sometimes we don't know from outside. An army is constituted in strata. If you talk about a battalion, there is a number associated to it. You cannot say I have a battalion and then you decide how many men and women are going to be in there to make the battalion, because that battalion is further segmented going downwards. I'm just saying this in context, that a military must maintain a certain level of capabilities, both in terms of manpower and equipment. And for that to happen, you have to align these resources to ensure readiness. When we talk about readiness in the report, when you need your army to be deployed, they need to mobilize, they need to move out and carry out a certain operation. You do not do that managing resources. You do that at a time when you are ready and capable to move. For that to happen, you have to have them in place. So these are numbers we understand that you don't want to have a bloated army, but you don't also want to have an army that is inadequately equipped, both in terms of manpower and equipment, so that when the nation requires them to perform their role, which is constitutionally assigned to them, they are unable to. That is the balance that we have to keep to ensure we have the numbers, we have the equipment, we are not bloated, but we are not also under-resourced. So it's a balance. We are working on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Janjanbureh, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in response to number 9 of what you shared with us, that is inadequate feeding and messing facilities. My question is, what is your ministry doing to consolidate the harvest from various fields, that is the rice fields, that have been undertaken by military personnel across the country, and the 150 million appropriated solely for food and food services in the 2025 budget? How are you working around this thing? Because I cannot imagine if military officers are saying they are hungry when in reality there are enough allocations, and as well there have been initiatives in order to support their feeding. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I thank the honorable member from Janjanbureh for a very interesting question. I am sure this House understands that the Gambia Armed Forces is not completely isolated from the Ministry of Defense, but the ministry is not implementing the budget of the Gambia Armed Forces. That budget is directly administered by the GAF team. Consequently, I will not be able to, without a substantive question that will require that the institution provides me adequate numbers and figures and details of how the 150 million is spent, I will not be competent enough to talk about it. So I will require that a follow-up question be asked. I'll be very happy to engage the Armed Forces Headquarters.
Thank you so much. This time around, I think I will ask this question. And permit me to lay 30-second foundation as others. Honorable Speaker, I think this honor still lies on the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, budgeting is very much important. Our security sector, I think we have to be serious with it in National Assembly, because we allocate 14 million for uniforms for 40, let's say 8,000 men and women. And we allocate 15 million for President Smith, the people talk. $15 million. This is what we did in this parliament. So this is the fact. This is what happened. So, Honorable Minister, my question is about the renovation of the barracks. Since this report has been tabled, have you undertaken any renovation of the facilities that were mentioned in this report?
Honorable Speaker, I also need to fall back to specifically pinpoint where this renovation has been taking place. The camps I've visited, the one in Lemon Koto, when I got there, I was I was impressed with what I found with the infrastructure, and I can say that is the kind of camp I want to see across the country. I have also not visited Farafenni officially, but I've been informed reliably that there is some construction going on in Farafenni. But in terms of which camps, since this report was conducted, which camps have received support for renovation, I need to refer to my people to get you the details. But I can get that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This report, I think it has exposed some confidentiality in our security sector. And speaking of the budget, I understand a specific amount was allocated for TACOS mainly, but we are told that this TACOS is not implemented. So can you shed light on that? And again, in the report that you have submitted, in your response, you've said the Ministry of Defense acknowledges the challenges associated with delay in the procurement and distribution of uniforms and personal equipment required to support personnel readiness. I will prefer you omit support, is to enable, either you use enable because it's your responsibility as a ministry. Again, you have said about the budget. We know the budget goes through a cycle. The government also receive the observation. Cabinet receives observation, a copy of the draft, and you, as the cabinet ministers, you sit and discuss about this. So, how do you defend your budget as the ministers responsible for the security? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the member for Serekunda, I don't want to go into semantics. But whatever you are doing to enable anybody, you are doing it to support the person. And we can go to Oxford and advanced learners and confirm that. Support is not different from enabling. So we'll maintain support if you allow us. The other point about budgeting, that is the prerogative of the Ministry of Finance. So I'm not competent to discuss the process of confirming and approving budgets. I will skip that for the Minister of Finance, if you permit me. So the issue of, I think those are the two issues you raised. TACOS, I'm not sure I mentioned TACOS in this report, but I can say that the terms and conditions of service of officers, the implementation has started. My predecessor handed over an implementation schedule or advice that is done in phases. What was argued and what I was told, what I'm intimated with, is that the implementation is phased on an annual basis. Every year, additional items are brought into the budget and brought to the National Assembly, but not that the entire TACOS is shelved. It is being implemented, contrary to the insertion we made. Thank you.
Mr. Interior, I saw you want to say something. I saw you signal me earlier. Honorable members, I want to thank the Honorable Ministers for Defense and that of Interior for delivering their statements, and of course, Honorable members for making those questions, requesting clarifications and questions, and then the Ministers of Defense and Interior provided adequate answers and clarifications. Honorable members, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 24th June 2026 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye.
Hey, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, there's another thing agenda. That's a business. There's another business on the agenda.
Honorable members, take your seat, please. Honorable, please sit down. Yes, member for Sawa Sanjal.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that I have seen that there is another business on the agenda. I don't know whether we are taking it to the next session. What is that? The report of the Public Enterprise Committee benchmarking visit to the Parliament of Senegal and Sonacos. It's the last item that you have there. Roman figure 3.
Chair, is right. Is he right?
Honorable Speaker, this is our committee. This is not telling well. Our committee's report is on the agenda today, and we are adjourning the session. No, Honorable Speaker, why are you adjourning the session? The business is not finished.
Please put over mic member for Kiang West. Honorable members, order. Because probably because we were viewing the other papers, so I thought the business was finished. In fact, most of you thought it's finished. So when the member brought our attention, then yeah, it's not deliberate. But I understand that the report is not available. Chair, honorable member for Minority Leader and member for AP. Where is it? Where? Where is here? Is it the last one or what? Okay. Honorable members, clerk, you may proceed, please. Honorable members, please. Please. Honorable members, please, let's continue. Clerk, let's proceed. Minority Leader and Deputy Minority Leader, yes? What are your thoughts? No, but we have not put the corrections. If members are tired, then that's fine. You don't have the report?
Chair, no. Honorable Speaker, yes. This report is being circulated to members. When they get to their pigeonholes, the report is there. And it's on the agenda. So Speaker's mistake cannot be used as an excuse to adjourn the session, please. No, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the member for Kiang West is right. I told you, because you have been varying the order paper here and there, and I go to the last item, I have my brief. That is why I wanted to put the questions. But once I was reminded by members and we confirmed that there is another item left, let's stay and do the item. But if members want to adjourn, it's up to the members. Clerk, let's proceed.
Thank you. Laying of papers and reports. Report of the Public Enterprises Committee benchmarking visit to the Parliament of Senegal and Sonacos by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Honorable Chairperson, who is the chair?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The chairperson has stepped out on parliamentary mission, so I'm laying this report on his behalf. I have decided to summarize very well, but now I will not even summarize.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to ask whether the chairperson have informed you that he should table the on his behalf.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable member, please continue. He's on an official mission.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to move for the adoption of this report Honorable Speaker, let me begin with the acknowledgement quickly. An acknowledgement, I'm not reading it. I'm just trying to summarize it. In the acknowledgement, we thank the Office of the Clerk, Office of the Speaker, the Chairperson of the committee members, the Board and Management of the National Food Security, the committee clerks. We want to thank all of them for their support to the success of this trip. Honorable Speaker, the rest, they can read that. Honorable Speaker, to the executive summary, the executive summary is divided into 5 paragraphs, so I'm not reading those. That member please. Member please don't go. If you go, we will have to. I'm not going. No, we will be forced to stop because we lack quorum if you're out.
Okay, I'm in.
Point of order. There is a point of order from the member of Sabasanja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising at order 12-2. If at any other time the attention of the Speaker is directed to the fact that there is less than 1/4 of the members present, excluding the Speaker, he or she shall direct members to be summoned by the ringing of the division bell. If after the expiration of 2 minutes, 1/4 of the members are not present, the Speaker shall adjourn. So if after 2 minutes, Speaker, wait, we still don't have it, it's 13. After 2 minutes of ringing the bell, you adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have quorum. Please continue, member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, after thanking all those who have contributed to the success of this trip, this benchmarking trip was anchored on 2 different areas. One is to, what's going on?
Honorable member, please continue. Member for Kiang, please continue. All right. Now, members, we have quorum. Please continue, member for Kiang West. Member for Kiang West, please continue. We have quorum. We have 15 members. We have the member for Sabasanja, 1, member for Will, 2, member for Sambu, 3, U, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, Speaker 15. Now we are 16. Speaker, the standing orders, members, read your standing orders. Members, read your standing orders, including the Speaker, please, and the Chair. Member for Kiang West, please continue. Honorable members, Kiang West, I said continue, we have quorum. Honorable members, please.
Motion.
Honorable members, allow us to lay out the report.
Motion.
Please, give respect to our committee board. This is not fair. No, this is not fair. Allow us to lay out the report. We have a quorum.
Honorable Kiang West, there is a motion from the member for Serekunda. Can we add that motion?
Yeah, 53K, Honorable Speaker. A motion agreed by the Speaker to be a matter of urgency. So I'm proposing we go for break and lunch, then we come back, and prayers, and we come back.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Serekunda, you know you're out of order. There is no motion before I will order by the Speaker. Member for Serekunda, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to rise on the floor for the sixth time. This report belongs to the parliament. If the parliament decides not to lay the report, I will not. This is the 5th time I'm rising up to lay the report. Okay. Honorable Speaker, we have acknowledged the support of the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, the management and board of the National Food Security, the committee from the chairperson to the members of the committee clerks, the Parliament of Senegal and Sonacos for their support to the success of our trip. On the executive summary too, I'm not reading the entire executive summary to tell you that this visit is anchored on two main areas. First, that is to benchmark on the parliamentary oversight of the state-owned enterprises through the engagement with the finance and budget committees of the Senegal Parliament. And the second one is to study the operational model and economic role of Sonacos as Senegal's strategic public agro-industrial enterprise. This is the two main areas that we focused on as far as this trip is concerned. And we have had several engagements and several observations. From our engagements in Senegal, we have realized that instead of Parliament directly engage with Sonacos, they engage with the Land Ministry, which is the Ministry of Agriculture. So, but however, that does not as well put away the engagement the committee has with the public enterprises or state-owned enterprises in Senegal. But engaging with the ministry is just to strengthen ministerial accountability as they are the land ministries to the various state-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, and we have a lot of meetings and engagements, and we had a meeting with Sonacos themselves, we had a meeting with the Parliamentary Committee on Economic Affairs, and we also made an oversight visit to the Sonacos operational sites. However, Honorable Speaker, now I want to go straight to the key findings of this visit. Honorable Speaker, the key findings of this visit, you have agricultural value addition. This is the main strength of Sonacos when it comes to value addition. It says Sonacos significantly enhances value of the Senegal's groundnut production by transforming raw groundnut into refined oil, animal feeds, and other derivatives. This reduces post-harvest losses and supports farmers' income. And other findings that we have is export earnings and import substitutions. Another finding that we have is industrial employment. Sonacos creates a lot of employment, direct employments and indirect employments, and in both the areas of the small-scale industries, small farmers, and the areas of transportation as well. We have the industrial employments, which we have the economic growth and industrialization. The company strengthens the intake between the agriculture and manufacturing, modernizing how public enterprises can support broader industrial policies. We also have observed strengthened parliamentary oversight. We have realized that the Senegal's parliament have a very robust oversight over the state-owned enterprises, particularly on Sonacos. We also have revitalization and reinvestment. This for the start of the recapitalization process. So Senegal has also done a similar recapitalization, but what happened is, when they recapitalized the Sonacos, instead of Sonacos paying dividend to the government, they reinvest that one. So this is the different models that we have. When they do the revitalization, the profits that they gain, they reinvest it again. And relevance to the Gambia, Honorable Speaker, the Sonacos model provides lessons for strengthening national food security, particularly in value chain integration plant modernization, quality assurance, market development, and parliamentary oversight. So these are some of the key, findings that we have from this visit. And Honorable Speaker, from the lessons is a strong linkage between agriculture and industrial and essential for economic transformation and food security. State-owned enterprises can support national development when they are backed by clear policy direction and sound governance and measurable performance targets. Honorable Speaker, agro-processing and value addition, which I have talked about, is a key lesson that we have learned. Public enterprises revitalization required more than financial injection. What we are trying to say, the revitalization of the state-owned enterprises required more than giving Sonacos 300 million, giving National Food Security 300 million, but a robust oversight by the National Assembly and accountability by the Land Ministry. And as well, Honorable Speaker, quality assurance as well is to ensure that the service they are giving out goes with quality and efficiency, and laboratory testing and traceability are central to competitiveness in agro-industrial production. Honorable Speaker, packaging, is also another necessary thing that we think is important as far as the operation of the national food security is concerned. The Gambian groundnut sector can benefit from a more integrated approach, linking farmers, processors, markets, regulators, and public institutions. Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to the recommendations. I think members would go through the report, but I will go through the recommendations. Our recommendations, one recommendation we have is strengthen agro-processing and value addition, which I have talked about one or twice when I was reading the other areas. No need to read the details of that. And revitalize strategic public enterprises. We've talked about revitalization. It is more or less recapitalization. And another thing also is develop a national agro-industrial strategy. It is important that we believe our country to develop a national agro-industrial strategy. The government should consider a coordinated agro-industrial strategy that links production, aggregation, processing, quality assurance, packaging, export promotion, and import substitution. Honorable Speaker, 4 recommendation is that improve parliamentary oversight, which I have talked about. For parliaments to improve their oversight by reconvening either annually or on timely visits to national food security buildings to look at how their operations are undertaking. Honorable Speaker, strengthen ministerial accountability. Strengthening ministerial accountability talks about the land ministry that is responsible for the national food security to summon them and to question them as far as this area revitalization is concerned. This required a collaboration between the State-owned Enterprise Committee, the Public Enterprise Committee, and the Agricultural Committee. Agricultural Committee is the committee that is responsible for performing oversight on the Ministry of Agriculture. So the Committee on Public Enterprises, which is responsible for performing oversight on the state-owned enterprises, needs a strong collaboration to ensure that the funds that are allocated through the Land Ministry are disbursed and the funds are spent rightly. So, Honorable Speaker, that is another important oversight. Enhance export capacity. Honorable Speaker, national food security and related institutions should develop clear strategies to increase agro-based exports, diversify markets, and improve product quality in line with the regional and international standards. Support job creation through industrialization. So it is important that small-scale farmers are being supported, because that's what happens in Sonacos. What they do is they support small-scale farmers, and they don't only have one main branch like what we have in National Food Security. They have so many branches across the country. They decentralize their operation. So, Honorable Speaker, it will be important for us to be able to do that too as a country. Invest in quality assurance systems, which I have also talked about. which touch on our laboratories, our testing systems, and competitiveness of our products depends on all these operations. Honorable Speaker, strengthening regional cooperations. The Gambia and Senegal should explore structured cooperation in groundnut processing. Edible oil production, research, quality standards, and market development. This is something that they have a huge hand above us. There is a very good market for their products, because when their people produce, there is a market where they send these produce to that market, and there is a quality areas where they can test these products to ensure that their products are edible. This is why when we were coming from Senegal, each of us bought a lot of groundnut oil from Senegal and brought it here. GGC could do the same thing and put it in the Gambian market. Gambian can consume a very good product instead of exporting everything. Observation. Honorable Speaker, to ensure time-bound follow-up. We also need this is a recommendation to ensure time-bound follow-ups. But he's taking Honorable Speaker, I urge the honorable member to respect me and respect this parliament. This report doesn't belong to me. This belongs to the parliament. So when we are assigned to do a work I'm doing, he should respect that. This is out of respect. I find myself order. Honorable members, order. You know, he made an observation, and if you just to give him the chance, that's the law. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order, please. Order. Honorable members, if you want to observe, and he is not giving you the way, please allow him to continue. Speaker, may I observe you? Thank you. Honorable member, please continue. Honorable Speaker, we should. Honorable Speaker, we also should be given time, so we should summarize so that we can also debate on the merits of the report. Thank you, honorable members. Please, yes. Honorable member, please continue and then summarize so that they can also have time to debate. I have not read anything. I'm reading bullets. If anybody is, they are not having the document, but I'm reading only bullets. I'm not explaining. You are debating. You are not reading the. Honorable member for Sabastan, please. No, please. Member, please. Member for Kiangwes, continue. Honorable Speaker, ensure time-bound follow-ups. That is number 10 recommendation. It says the committee should require relevant institutions to submit implementation updates on the recommendations arising from this report within defined periods. Honorable Speaker, this is all that we have. And for conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the study tour to the Republic of Senegal provided valuable lessons on how a strategic state-owned enterprise can contribute to national development through agricultural value addition, institutional processing, market development, employment creations, and food security. Honorable Speaker, the engagement with the Senegalese Parliament demonstrated the importance of structured parliamentary oversight, ministerial accountability, and interinstitutional cooperation in improving public enterprise performance. The visit to Senegal, Sonacos, further demonstrated that the public enterprises can play a transformative role when supported by clear policy directions, strong governance, modern infrastructure, and disciplined management. Honorable Speaker, for the Gambia, the lessons are timely. Strengthening agro-processing and public enterprise performance is essential for economic diversification, rural livelihoods, import substitution, and export competitiveness. The committee therefore urges the relevant authorities to carefully consider the recommendations contained in this report and take practical steps towards implementation. Honorable Speaker, the Public Enterprises Committee remains committed to using parliamentary oversight to promote accountability, value for money, and improve performance of state-owned enterprises in the interest of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, members of the committee is Honorable J. Sane, member for Brikama South, Chairperson, Honorable Bileji Tunkara, and Majority Leader, member for Kantora, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Samba Jallo, member for Dankunku, Honorable Lamin Sise, member for Kia West, Honorable Salif Jao, member for Jokadu, Honorable Almame Jiba, member for Fonyi Councillor, Honorable Abdullah Njai, member for Brikama South, Banjul South rather, Honorable Banjul Central, Honorable Sirif Sar, member for Jokadu, Honorable Ibrahim Ajete, member for Josong, Honorable Ibrahim Ajete, member for Sandu. Honorable Speaker, the committee clerks and the support staff that we went with, National Assembly staff, Mr. Marabi S. Haidara, Director of Committees, Mr. Ibrahim Ajao, Assistant Senior Committee Clerk, Mrs. Alimatu Tamba, Assistant Senior Committee Clerk, Ms. Fatu Keita, Committee Clerk, Mrs. Musukuta Fal, Communications Officer. So these are the officers that we went with, and the National Food Security, Mr. Thomas Robert, Director of Strategy Planning and Development, National Food Security, Mr. Lamin Fofana, Senior Manager, Business Development, National Food Security. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any seconder? The member for Sabasanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I first want to thank the Honorable Member for tabling the report. But Honorable Speaker, I think we need to start developing strategies, ways in which we table our reports. We are not primary school kids. Reports are given to us prior to them being tabled before the National Assembly. Once they are submitted to us, we should be able to look at the report, read it prior to coming to the chambers, so as to help members also have time to debate, because the time allocated on this is only 1 hour. So I'm not meant to be saying you shouldn't table the report. No, you can go ahead and table the report, but it's always good to summarize so as to help also members to also deliberate on the report. But notwithstanding, I thank you very much, and I want to state that I rise to second your motion, and thank you very much for, visiting Sonacos and then coming up with a very detailed report that would help members to understand that when we say let's recapitalize GGC, when let's put money into agriculture, let's put money to empower our farmers, people will not stand in the chambers and say no to that. Because I can remember during the budget session when we were saying, let's make sure we recapitalize GGC, we empower them. Because these are people that are dealing directly with our farmers. And we are farmers. Anything that has to do with farm inputs, to make sure that we increase farm products in this country, we need to make sure that we do whatever it takes to support that. The reason being, we are talking about food self-sufficiency day in, day out. But what are we doing to make sure that we support this strive? So it is very important that when things of that nature are placed before us, we look at what other countries are doing so as to learn from them. It was good that you went to Senegal and you have learned what Senegal is doing, and you have seen that it is positive. That means what the National Assembly did the past budget session was also in the right direction. So these are things that we should be able to be doing at all times to make sure that the government's drive towards food self-sufficiency is also attained come time. So I really applaud you, my honorable brother, for that wonderful trip that you have ventured into, and make sure that you come with good recommendations. And I hope that the National Assembly would definitely take its stance to make sure that they copy well, but also to paste well, because this is the problem we have in this country. Sometimes we copy very good, but we don't paste them well, meaning we can learn best practices. We develop them into very nice documents. We can produce very nice written documents, but do we put them into practice? This is what we have. These are some of the challenges that we face with in this country. Honorable Speaker, I submit and I thank the members of the committee who took part in this.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Public Enterprise Committee's benchmarking visit to the Parliament of Senegal and Sonacos. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may do so now by a show of hands. Of course, we'll begin with the member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kia, for stepping in for the chairman on the well-presented report. Honorable Speaker, I think it is time now, as Honorable Member for Sama Sanjay mentioned, that we put things into action. But my question here is, where are the people who are to put into action? None of them is here. We came with a recommendation, we went to Senegal, we spent time there, and then we spent time also to work on this report. But to those people who are going to implement on the ground, nobody is here. I think it's important, Speaker, before we present the report, the relevant officers should be here to see what we are saying, and then see how they're going to implement it. But if they are not here, we just speak, and at the end of the day, and time was spent for us to go to Senegal to do Ben market. We are not going to, we didn't go to Senegal for Ben market to come behind it, but it has never been around. So it's very clear that let them be here and hear what we are saying. And I think it might be a mistake on the member for Kia. We could put somebody when we were there, and the chairman of agriculture was coopted, but his name is not mentioned. So we have put his name that he was coopted when we were going to work in Senegal. I want to remember the agricultural chair was coopted. So, Honorable Speaker, the report was well prepared. So, appeal to authority to please make the next time around. Let's see, we'll be here. We put to them that these things will be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. So, the chief whip was quiet, and you wanted him to say something. Is that all? Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the mover, member for Kiang West, for the presentation. Honorable Speaker, I believe this report is not only important, but it's timely. This country needs to move. And we cannot move until we do the right thing. And our committee has gone to Senegal to benchmark, to be able to know the best practices. And now they are telling us the best practices, but we don't seem to be interested in it. And if we don't take interest in it, we will not take interest in implementing it. And if we don't implement this, this country will not go anywhere. Because our people need employment, they need innovation, they need to be trained, and all that. And they need to build wealth. If we don't create wealth, we'll not be able to sustain all the services that we are talking about. So, Honorable Speaker, I just pick few from their findings. One is revitalization and reinvestment. If you have SOEs and they are making profit, they are saying instead of giving that dividend to the state, you reinvest it into that same issue to ensure that you have production, you have value addition, you have marketing, etc., and all that. That is the only way to build industries. But if you keep on giving it to the state, the profit to the state, and the state spends it on other things, just on services, then the industries will not grow. In this country, there is no other industry apart from building houses. Our people who are in Europe are just sending money and building houses. That's all that they are doing, no other industry. So we need to start building industries. Honorable Speaker, economic growth and industrial linkage. We must link agriculture to industry. If we don't do that, we will not create jobs, nothing will go. The chain link must be maintained. The chain link must be maintained, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in terms of recommendation, two, the first recommendation is quite apt. Strengthening agro-processing and value addition. It's just a repetition of what we are saying. Support job creation through industrialization. We must be able to create industries. Any country without industries will not be able to create sufficient jobs for its citizens to be able to survive. And we cannot allow our people to say they are going to go outside to Spain and whether it's not sustainable. They will eventually block you, or they will make your people to suffer there. So we must be concerned to ensure that these industries, like the member for Sabak Sanjan said, let's not stay on our laurels. We have a role to play to ensure that this country moves, and the only way it can move is through agriculture and industrialization. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
The member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I have to differ with the Honorable Member of Sabah Sanjal. Honorable Speaker, the reports are meant to be laid in the Parliament and is not something new. And the mover always must take the Parliament through the report so that we will understand what the report entails. Not that members don't get the report. That's enough. If he wishes this Parliament or any other person with a report not to take the Parliament through a report, let him propose an amendment or come up with a motion for us not, for the mover not to take us through the report. But I think if somebody is taking us through the report, that person should be given the due respect to carry out its functions. Because tomorrow you can also be given an opportunity to do the same. Honorable Speaker, from there, I think the purpose of study tours or escape visit is to learn best practices. And their visit to Senegal tells us that there is an industry or agro-industrial enterprise called Sonacos, which is state-owned. Sonacos. So we have a similar one in the Gambia here. Do you understand? The famous GGC or Gambia Food Processing, whatsoever it is. Now, this committee should be able to tell us the similarities, the differences, what had made that industry an industry, and what do we lack in the Gambia. I think today our discussion should center on that, because we have a similarity. Now, Gambia, GGC or Gambia Food Processing, they have been doing a lot. And this Parliament, in the good days when this government came into power in 2017-18, they got a handful of money to uplift structurally their depots, to improve their structure so that we can have a good trade, a facilitation in this country here. So we have to, the Committee on Agriculture need to look at this thing. Where did we start from 2017 to now? And sometimes you have to give us progressive report so that some of the parliamentarians who are new, let them know that there were efforts done by this parliament. We are not also sleeping. Fifth legislature laid a strong foundation for you people. We were working from one point to another point to see that the toll boats are created to ensure that the fertilizers are given to farmers with subsidy. Unfortunately also, we also have our challenges where some of the fertilizers we are going into Senegal. But those are done by the dubious businessmen. We know that. So these are some of the things. Hope we are not offended. Okay. So these are some of the things I believe the good chair of the Agricultural Committee will make sure those are stamped. We make sure that the farmers get the fertilizer. We improve on food processing, even our cashew nuts. We can add value to the cashew nut. Do you understand? So Gambia, for me, is the beacon of hope for agriculture. Our land is more suitable to growing of or cultivation of crop than Senegal. Senegal, most of their land is taken by desert. So let's improve, let's come together. When the budget comes, let's all put our head. But don't politicize our institutions. And we don't want them. And we are talking to you. Once we approve funds, we want to see that the funds are given to the right people. Don't identify businessmen by yourself and give them our fertilizer at the end of the day, take it to Senegal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank all those that have contributed. Honorable Speaker, let me first begin with Honorable Member for Sabah Sanja. He has emphasized the importance of this report. Of course it is. Honorable Speaker, one thing that is clear, there are times when we should push and pull, and there are times when we should agree on substance and move on with a unified agenda that is going to develop our country. Honorable Speaker, committees constitute members of different political parties. This is why we can debate. But when it gets to the level of committee, you see government members sometimes dream institutions who are representing government. This shows how unified we are at the level of committees. So that is where real parliamentary work is. That is where real representation, when it comes to value for money and development is. That is in oversight. That's where we have the committees. So when we are laying that report, enough respect must be given to that. So what Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjay did was uncalled for, and we found ourselves offended, and I'm not happy about it. So to get done with that, during budget session, and inshallah, we will have a strong collaboration with the Honorable the Agriculture Committee to ensure that our committee is in line with their committee as far as the advocacy for GGC, sorry, the former GGC, National Food Security, is concerned. Honorable Speaker, for Jeswan, Honorable Member for Jeswan, for institutions to be present during laying the reports, it is very much important, because they are not only going to have the report vital, but even the input of the members. Some other members who are not in the committee may want to add something in the report, may want to have some suggestions. So it's important for institutions to be here and listen to us. But as we hold others to account, we must meet our own obligations as Parliament. We were crying for quorum, 15 out of 58. 15 out of 58 National Assembly members. That's what we were crying for. So we must meet our own obligation as we hold other people to account. So if they should be present, we are members. Honorable Speaker, for Willie East, he has, re-emphasized, re-echo, what we have, highlighted in the report about the building institutions, building industries, and which is going to create more employment, both directly and indirectly. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, of course, has talked so well. In fact, he has combined everything together and wind up everything. What is more important is that we ensure that when we are doing such work, we don't politicize it. We make sure the opposition doesn't see it like government is doing it, and the government doesn't see it like our objections and our critics are just based on being an opposition. But we have to be very much rational and objective, and do not politicize such a project, because it is GGC then and GGC and today is very much different. What they are able to, what they can do then and what they can do today is very much different. And we can go back to that place when we see the country. And what is more important, Honorable Member for Agriculture, because we've talked about budget. If you could remember, during 2023 budget session, we have also, allocated, monies to buy tractors, which is going to be subsidized. So, and until today, we don't know how many of those tractors are delivered to the farmers, and all those things are yet also, improving this sector. So your committee needs to follow up all of those things to ensure that we know that all those tractors that we have allocated, we are all bought and distributed to farmers, and we know the beneficiaries who are benefiting from those, so that we can be able to improve this industry. This goes to an accountability, and accountability is mentioned explicitly in this report. So we challenge you as the chair of the agriculture. I'm sorry that I skip your name. I'm very much sorry, and I wish that name was mentioned, because he played a key role as a chairperson of agriculture, joined the committee, and he was with us throughout the engagement, and we are very much grateful with that. Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. On behalf of the committee, honorable members, I want to thank all of you for your participation. And honorable members, be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Public Enterprises Committee's benchmarking visit to the Parliament of Senegal and Sonacos Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed. Okay. Again. Honorable members, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 24 June 2026 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stand adjourned until Wednesday, 24 June 2026 at 10 a.m.